Opening night was a bit of a thriller with the Tarek team and Sloggers splitting the points, both with a big win. They kind of got into each other. Tonight we see two new teams, which means we've seen 4 of the 5. We are at the Rock. It's a bit of a windy one as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECSN Gibraltar and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to Gibraltar. It is night 2 of this 11-night series. So 2 matches coming up tonight, of course. We've already had 4 matches in Cyprus, had a little bit of a break, but let's settle in because I think this should be a very, very exciting evening. So yeah, like I said, there are 2 matches tonight and we are starting with Pirates versus the Rugby CC side in match number 3. Of course, they'll also meet in match 4. Now, I can tell you a little bit earlier, it was Rugby CC that won the toss and their captain Ian Latine has elected to bat, and why not? He scored over 900 runs, Ian Latine, in the series last year. In fact, he scored over 1,000 runs in the calendar year, and not many batters do that on ECN. And so, of course, he's going to be a big weapon. Expect him to bat pretty high up the order, and of course, he's decided that he does want to bat first. Pirates, though, led by Mark Garrett. He's a very experienced player. I think we'll probably see him at the top of the order. Got some talent in there. I like Andrew Reyes in the middle order, and I've got to say, Bernie Birchick is a very interesting story. He's a 16-year-old. He's an American that's only been playing cricket a couple of years. He's played a season in the Netherlands, and he is going to make his ECN debut tonight. Going back to Rugby CC for a sec, I love Zach Simpson. For some reason, he's just such a ball of energy no matter what the situation, and I think he'll be quite interesting with some of his slow bowling, and he's actually listed to bat at 4, so let's see where he bats for Rugby CC. Let's talk weather. Now, last night we were pretty lucky with the weather. I've got to say that this time of year can be pretty unpredictable. Now, like I said, a couple of weeks ago it was beautiful. It was about 20s at this time of the day and there wasn't too much wind. Tonight we don't have rain at the moment. There might be a few sprinkles here and there, but I think it will be windy, and I think that's going to be a real factor in the game tonight. On paper it doesn't look that cold, 17 degrees, but I can tell you here in my Peacock Friday shirt that it is a little bit chilly out in the middle, and I think those high balls, they won't be an easy proposition here on night 2. Why don't we head over to central commentary position, which is inside, I will say that, where we get ready for this game in match 3, Rugby CC versus Pirates. Rugby CC winning the toss and having a hit.
So good evening from the central commentary position, and I suppose in the time it's taken me to get up the stairs, you can see there is a little bit of rain sweeping across the ground. I don't think it will hold up the start of play. We did have a slight issue with the electrics and some issues with them getting knocked out just before the scheduled start. So we are 10 minutes behind, but I think we'll get going in just a couple of minutes. So why don't we look back to last night and have a look, Tarek versus Sloggers in the opening match. And Tarek restricted to 93. That included a crazy collapse of 6 for 9 in the last 3 and a bit overs. And then Sloggers just went about the business. Henschel on debut, 68 off 25 to go with his wicket. In the end, it was a bonus point win for Sloggers. Also, Matt Williams picked up 4 wickets in that match before he had the Player of the Match trophy ripped away by Dylan Henschel. Tarek, though, they got their own back, didn't they? They brought in a couple of big guns in Burns and Avinash Pye with 83. Hillman made a pretty nice half-century as well. 50 off just 17 balls. They built a big total of 155. Sloggers needed to get past 109 to at least take a point out of the game. They weren't able to do that. In the end, they were bowled out. And when I got home, I realised it was a straight run for Sloggers because they lost 0 wickets in one game. They lost all 10 in the second game. So, yeah, it was a double bonus point night, if you like, with each of the teams getting a 4-point win over the other. So we turn our attention to match number 3, Pirates versus Rugby CC. Pirates are the defending champions of this night series in Gibraltar, led by Mark Garrett. And Harry Pyle behind the stumps also listed to open. As far as Rugby CC in the team, of course, all eyes on him. I think he's going to open up with Adebayo Ataloye, the former Nigerian international. So Pirates given a 40% chance of knocking off the Rugby CC side. Interesting, considering Pirates, let's not forget, they were champions last year. But I suppose you've got a few player movements there. And so I suppose it's a little bit unknown how things are going to pan out. But yeah, Pirates, last year they were 15-13 in the group stage, finishing in second place, which allowed them to have a crack at Entertainers, who won 18 and lost 8 matches. But Pirates, for the last ball victory, there's Ian Latine warming up, and you do have to get a bit warm tonight. The breeze is pretty much a cross breeze right to left. So I don't know if there's any left-handers out there. They would probably have a bit of a field day hitting to the leg side. You can kind of hear it in the effects. I'm not sure if you can hear it as much as I can, but it is windy. And it means a couple of our cameras aren't operational at the moment, but we'll be able to get going anyway. So we might not have a couple of cameras up, but the ones that are strapped down are ready to go. And looks like Andrew Reyes is going to open the bowling. So yeah, apologies if it's a little bit shaky, but we're doing the best we can. This is Cricket on the Rock, live, night 2, almost ready to get underway. Such a fantastic place to visit as well. We always have a wonderful time here. Here we go with Andrew Reyes to get us going. A good ball first up. And it's kind of played back by Adebayo Ataloya. He's quite an interesting guy. Loves his cricket, loves his sport. I think he loves being part of a team, Ataloya. Also, we've seen him turning out for Costa del Sol in the past. Good areas from Reyes. So I think with the wind being right to left tonight, it really does favour, you know, right-handers that can play through that offside, through cover, because the ball's going to absolutely fly. And we know that most of the bowlers, that's where they're trying to put the ball. You can see there. I mean, this is going to be one of those nights, I think. Rain. My phone told me it's not raining, but clearly it is. Another one outside the off stump. And you know what? I think that's our first blown off bail of the night. Feel like it's going to be one of those nights where we might have to dispense with the bails if the wind continues like this. Wind is approximately 35 kilometres an hour, about 20 miles an hour. I think it might be a bit more down here on the coast. All right. Hit, and they think of a run. Ataloya has to be turned around. Well, that's young Bernie Burchick who fields that. He's quite an interesting story from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. 16 years old, has only been playing cricket a couple of years, but he's played a club season in the Netherlands last year, in Den Haag. Also potentially eligible as an Irish representative in the future. And he's playing his first ECN match tonight. I know he's very excited about it. His dad, Bernard, has travelled as well to watch Bernie make his debut. No runs yet. And now we do have a run. Latine not facing. I mean, how do you feel about that? Ataloya, though, when he's at his best, he's a very, very crisp striker of the ball. He's a pretty experienced guy. And probably like a few batters in this series. Probably hasn't had a lot of cricket lately, so you can understand it just might not be quite hitting his straps. Straight out the gate. Oh, pretty good ball. Gets it outside the line, maybe a bit of batting it as well, but here Reyes, he's putting some confusion rays on the ball as only a single off the first over. Have a look at this one, just coming a little bit there. See, bounces, goes a little bit left to right. Beats the inside edge of Latine, but he had his pad there as a second line of defence. End of the over. And it's 1 without loss. What a great start. 38 days until the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. I'm sure we'll see quite a few players in this series taking part. Carpe Giants, as the Gibraltar Premier League champions in 2023, will be representing Gibraltar. And that series, yeah, essentially it is exactly like the Champions League of football, which is very, very famous, UEFA Champions League. And it features one team per country, with the exception of a couple. France, because they have last year's winner, they get 2 spots, and England, as last year's runners-up, they get 2 spots as well, given the 35-team format, 33 countries represented in ECL 24. I'll be there, Rico will be there, and Corey will be tuning in as well. So trying to organise the field at the moment. It's Harry Pyle behind the stumps for Pirates. Wood comes on for over number 2, and he's going to get a wicket straight away as Reyes does the rest. It was just a kind of challenge ball that Deloya took on the mid-on, but no dice as Reyes takes a good catch in difficult conditions. I mean, really, I suppose it's a kind of length ball, maybe because it was outside off that far. Deloya had a lot to do to drag it leg side, but that's a brilliant start for Ben Wood, and he's fired up. Why shouldn't he be? The first wicket of the night, 1 for 1 off 1.1. What a start this is. Bearing in mind, Rugby CC, they won the toss. They wanted to bat first. And they're able to get at Deloya for 1 off 6. But Latine only facing 1 ball in the power play. I feel that's a bit criminal. He is their draw card, isn't he? Taking nothing away from the other players up the top. Nikhil Advani comes in at number 3. Ben Wood, I should say, making his debut here in match 3, and he has a wicket very first ball. We saw Williams take 4 wickets in his first match last night. Advani faces up for the first time. Oh, gets a good ball, full, and throws air-mailed. Well, look, I didn't see enough of this length last night. I didn't see enough Yorkers. I think when they were tried, they often turned into kind of knee-high full tosses or worse. But, yeah, that's a good delivery. How about Lorne Burns last night? 5-wicket maiden, only the second time that's happened. Deesh Banika did it in 2020 in Switzerland. Lorne actually had none for 20 after 4 balls and finished with figures of 6 for 20. Quite incredible. The team gets score. Again, I like that length. Not much you can do with that. Latine will get off the mark down the ground. Quick hello to everyone in the YouTube chat as well. Pablo Zamora, who's watching from Argentina. It was nice chatting with you a little bit before the game. Hello to Colin Nana in Texas, to Chris Ward, to Kroom, to SF Shohag, to Kevin in the UK, Chris Smith, and everyone else. Anyone I missed. Close-ish, you know. Maybe just going down the leg side. I mean, maybe you can make an argument the wind might have blown it into the leg stump. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It's definitely close. Maybe just missing. Yeah, I think so. But a good shout nonetheless. This is such a good start for Pirates. And Latine not interested in the single here. That's good sliding from Wood. Hey, you might have noticed today, we saw it in Cyprus. You see the XS in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen below the score. So the RR is run rate, which at the moment isn't particularly high. It's 1.64. But XS is from the same family as the win percentage. It's the expected score at this stage, first innings. So it's going to be another single off the last ball of an over, which will rob Latine of the strike. Advani will keep it. What an over by Wood to follow up. 4 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, remember you can get a 3-point win or a 4-point win now with the new rules, and you can have a 0-point loss or a 1-point loss. So you don't get thrashed. All those points add up. I thought that also with the calendars, for example, in Cyprus over the last couple of days. Turek actually top of the table on net run rate, but those teams each had a 4-0 win last night. Very entertaining night. Charles Packard is going to bowl the next over. A little bit surprising, go back to Reyes, considering what a good job he did. But they got confidence in Charlie. Big hello to Ed Packard as well, who's actually Charles's cousin. Last saw Ed when he was captaining Luxembourg. He's eligible to play for them. That was back in the ECI Switzerland. The bottom edge goes between the keeper's legs and will run away for the first boundary of the night, despite the efforts of Daddy Canepa. And I suppose it's a little bit unlucky. Pyle's a pretty handy keeper, but yeah, humans don't have reactions quite that fast. See, with this good start, Rugby CC, or Pirates I should say, almost getting things to parity, but they probably still feel, the win predictor probably still feels, you know, with Ian Latine there, rugby are a threat. Drawn outside the off stump. It will be called a wide. Yes, that XS, that's the super duper computer telling you what the score is likely to be. So let's just remember that, 93. It will change as the innings goes on, depending on what happens. Should end up exactly right after 10 overs. There is a little bit of a lag on it, but not too much. Oh, good throw, but wasted as Advani safely home. And so it's probably maybe about 10 to 15 second lag on that, but it's pretty handy to look at that. You just see that in the first innings of the game. Latine probably feels a bit more pressure now with the power play ticking down. Trying in the back of his mind thinking, you know, should I be playing a big shot here? There's only 4 balls left in the power play. He yorks himself. So, yeah, it could be a bit of a battle of attrition tonight. Last night we saw a bit of high scoring, didn't we? Particularly in that second game. First inning, second game. But I think these conditions, you know, you've got the same ball. We rarely change balls here because you don't really lose them. And we're bold, and team's forced to just keep it out. Yeah, so because we use the same ball, the ball probably ends up picking up a bit of moisture and it gets pretty heavy. I think it's harder to hit further. And it just kind of messes with the timing, the wind as well, I think. Latine again. Gets the ball, and he's not confident to play an attacking stroke too. So Packard, remember that he's gone for 6 in 5 balls, but 4 of them came off that bottom edge first ball. Can't do much about that. And once again, he yorks himself, and Packard's going to get away with another great over for Pirates. So 3 single-figure overs, 1, 3, and 6 in the power play. 10 for 1 after 3. It'll probably look a lot better on this graph than it actually is, with the scale being 10 there. What a great start, but it's only a start. We saw last night that Turek were well ahead after 8 overs in, or after about 6 overs of their innings, I should say. But then from there, Sloggers really turned things around and ended up winning comprehensively, even taking the bowling, the bonus point. Mark Garrett is going to bowl over number 4. So we're out of the power play. They've used 3 different bowlers. They've all gone well. So that's certainly making Mark Garrett's job as captain a little bit easier. He's going to come in to bowl to Nikhil Advani. Short and asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. So really that's the first ball that's been short, I think, tonight. And it's an easy put away for Nikhil. First convincing boundary of the night. Yeah, maybe a bit of a teaser for the fielder in the circle. But yeah, accuracy is king, especially in these kind of conditions. Pablo was asking, is it raining or just wind? I think, yeah, there is a little bit of rain around. It's kind of like spitting rain, really. And with the wind, it's pretty much coming in sideways at the moment, so I wouldn't say it's particularly comfortable conditions. Well, the next ball is worked away for a single. Apologies that I think the wind's knocked out our cameras up there, so I'll have to keep you apprised here, but that was a single, the next delivery. And this will bring Ian Latine back on strike. They may have to just hold up the game as we don't have our cameras operational at the moment. Yeah, now they're going to just hold things up. Well, why have we got this unscheduled delay? I can show you the events coming up on ECN over the next few months, really. This takes us all the way through to May. Good news is, camera's back. Camera's pointing at us. And we're good to still go. Garrett's continue. Nice looking cover drive this time from Latine, and it's going to get him 4 runs. It was Richie Cunningham down there. Did everything right there, Richie. I've got to say, Richie's one of my favourite people in European cricket, so This brings me no pleasure. Look, he did everything right. In the end, kind of his hand being out in front, kind of skewed off his hand away from his body that was there as a second line of defence. So Latine breaks the shackles with the boundary. Richie Cunningham does a lot of work behind the scenes as well for European cricket. And Richie's actually got 24 wickets on the network. So he's a 26, sorry, Richie. 26 wickets on the network, including some of the other tournaments we've been playing. Okay, so let's just see what's going on here. I think we just might have a bit of a technical issue, maybe because of that wind gust. Hopefully it's not going to hold us up too long. In fact, it doesn't. Looks pretty windy out there. We'll, can tell by the clothing. Now, Charlie and Rico, they've been getting into me for my indoor commentary box. Well, it's a sign of progress here. Latine kind of angles his way behind point. Giannani eventually will pick it up. Ashish get back for a comfortable 2. So, yeah, it's great facility here at Europa Point. Keeps getting better and better. But yeah, I'm pretty comfortable in my Peacock Friday shirt. Did you like the shirt, by the way? Go back and have a look at the intro if you missed it. It's not quite Derek, but I think it's a few of his distant relatives that are on my shirt today for Peacock Friday, of course. I'll say the Pirates have been pretty accurate. Maybe that one exception, first ball of this over from Garrett, that was an easy put away. And to be honest, OPCC haven't quite had the answers yet. Again, it's just this little wobble from the wind. It's tough to trust your eyes, I think, as a batter. So Latine probably knows how important he is to the side as well, but Garrett gets out of jail a bit. 12 off the over. One of those was a boundary that was misfielded. And the score is 22 for 1 after 4. So, ECL coming up. Now, if you don't know what this is the Champions League of European cricket. And I think 35 clubs going at it over 4 weeks. Now, this is where I like to do a random draw. So, is this tonight? I've drawn Group 4, which is Group D, and team number 1. So, okay, Dre. Let's talk Dre. No one gave them a prayer last week. Really, even last year, I should say. Even just getting out of their group. They ended up beating Forfarshire, who, to be honest, when I saw Forfarshire, I thought, give them the trophy. They looked so good. Forfarshire from Scotland. But Dre, particularly their top 3 batters, just absolutely hammered everything that came their way. They're super aggressive. They're defending champions. And they'll have to deal with some stiff opposition in there. Byron actually, I think he'll be even stronger this year. They're from Greece. Well, this is a hanging full toss, and it's, well, it won't reach the boundary. I think this one, let me just see. There's a signal. He did charge a bit, but I mean, he does hit it from a long way up. I don't know. I think it has been called. Yeah, no ball's called. Yeah, fair enough. So this will be a free hit. And the reason that didn't go for 6, that is right into the wind. And you can see the effect it has. It's another highest delivery now. It won't matter if it's caught or not, but guess what? The only thing that's catching that is the wall. Maximo! This one, though, I think it is coming down by the time it reaches him. See? Oh. Yeah, I think that one's all right. But wait to see what the call is. Yeah, it's just 6 runs. So, not the greatest start to the second over for Charles Packard. This one does hit the pitch, and it might give him a result, and it does. Andrew Reyes, what a great catch in these conditions. The first one might have been elementary, but this thing was anything but. Second time around, he was able to get down to terra firma and clutch the ball to his chest. Fantastic fielding. And Advani is going to have to go after a bright 18. And Packard, who got a bit of hammer earlier in the over. Just have a look at that catch, though. He drops it, then catches it. Brilliant fielding. Got to have good fielders in those key positions. That's a hot spot there. And 30 for 2. Have a look at this catch from Reyes. Have a look, he drops it, but he just has the presence of mind not to panic. Thing is, he dropped it kind of in front of his face a little bit so he could still see it. That's what gave him a second opportunity. Great catch. New batter comes out. Dylan Taylor coming out at 4. Interestingly, I saw in their listed lineup, Zach Simpson was listed at 4. He has one career run to go with his 31 wickets. So maybe work on his batting, but obviously they think Taylor is the man for the job. Hello to Pista. Good to see you in the chat. He's wanting to know when the ECS Spain schedule will come out, as we see full toss dragged away and handled. Eventually out there, it's Michael Lamon that does the fielding. So just with that, we're still kind of finalising how many teams, how many matches it will be. It's a bit complicated because it's a 4-week tournament and we've got the ECIs in there as well. So I know it should be soon. I'd imagine we'd have it by Monday, but apologies, it's taking a little bit longer than it normally does just because of the complexity of that tournament. Well, must be the bail blowing off. Yeah, I wonder how long these bails are going to last tonight. Let's have a look. Actually, it was already gone, but look how far it blew. It was almost off the pitch. That'll be a dead ball. If you do spot that before the ball's delivered, that is the right call to kill the play. Mateen wants to. Lamon has certainly made every effort to get down to that one. I just noticed that Richie Cunningham's gone off the field. Remember, he fumbled the ball over the line earlier, and hopefully it's not too serious. But yeah, he's off at the moment. Ryan Grimes, substitute fielder, is on for him. Great fielding, really good fielding, good work from Packard. He's come back well after he kind of lost the handle earlier in the over. I've got to say that the bowling's been brilliant given the conditions. Oh, that could be gone. It's pretty close and he is out. Yeah, it was hard to see what that was missing. It shot through a little bit from Packard. Didn't bounce as much as Latine thought, and he's going to have to go. Cross the batting a ball on the stumps. I think it's a good call. Let's have a look at it in slow motion. Just look at that. Doesn't really bounce. Impact. Still think that hits him in line. I think it hits him in front of off stump, and so he's going to have to go. That's a big moment in the game as well. The team going for 11 of 14, just not really able to find his timing tonight. They did bowl well to him, I have to say. 33 for 3 after 5. Now I want to see how that expected score might take a dive, actually, after Latine getting out. Go back and check what it was. But yeah, halfway through this innings now. So the expected score was about 83 or so. With the wicket of Latine, it's dived down to 77. As Joey Marples will come out to bat. He won't be facing because it was the end of the over. Giannani will be the bowler in over number 6. So it was 82, and now the expected score now it's gone down to 75. So it's a drop of, yeah, around about 10%. This first one, a bit of a funny one, and it's always going to cause a run out. Yeah, I'd like to see this one again. Giannani kind of following the batter there. But look, the batter makes a mistake of kind of opening that up to be a legal delivery, ends up going through his legs, and it almost runs out marbles before he faces the ball. Floats. That's literally the wind's taken that. Probably would have been a wide anyway, but it turned into a big wide. Giannani's just going to take all the pace off the ball here. Same issue. So I wonder if there's a case, I'm not normally a huge fan of it, but maybe go around the wicket and kind of exaggerate that angle. There's another one. This time, Marples has had enough and wants some runs to his name. And it'll just be a single out to Garrett there. This could be a good old-fashioned war of attrition. I have to say, looking at the Pirates batting lineup, wouldn't say it's the strongest batting lineup on paper in the competition. So maybe, you know, a fighting 70 or something in these conditions might play. We saw 56 defended last year. Taylor hits it out to Burchek, who can't handle it cleanly. We'll get back for a couple. Hey, so all the American viewers, and I know we have a lot of them, get behind Bernie, who just fielded that ball there. American teenager from Philadelphia. I don't think we've had a lot of Americans. I'm trying to think of how many Americans we've had on the network. Might be the first. He's only been in Europe for about a year. He's been playing cricket for about 2 years. All right, hanging full toss. Taylor hits it with a wind, and that one is G-O-N-E, gone. Maximo. And if you're bowling full tosses to left-handers tonight, you are asking for trouble. Honestly, if it was a right-hander hitting that shot, that might not have even reached the rope. But with the lefty, with the wind, that one flies. Giannani just gets it wrong. Now he wants more. And he's going to get one more. Would say he might be a bit smarter to kind of take these as wides, but he obviously feels he can do better than just the one and the extra delivery. Another one that doesn't really bounce. I'll just be happy with the one here. Marples, guy's played some international cricket, very versatile cricket as well. Joey Marples, he'll retain the strike. And at the end of 6, it's 47 for 3. Okay, so expect to score 85. They need to accelerate a little bit. That would mean they'd need 38 off the last 4, so going about 9.5 and over. Who can step up though? We'll say Rugby CC have some pretty interesting bowling options as well, including Zach Simpson. Always love watching him bowl. So here's Reyes. Let's not forget his first over tonight. It was outstanding. It was just a single off it. Set the tone for what's been a pretty accurate display. Well, this is going to be a no ball. First up, and actually gets Marples on the hands, I think. Probably just trying to hit that too hard. We'll say at Andrew Reyes' pace, shouldn't be doing too much damage. A free hit coming up. Yeah, lowest totals defended. In fact, that record was broken in October last year on Halloween, when Ljubljana from Slovenia defeated Zagreb Assassins, who will be in the ECL, representing Croatia. They were the first team to defend a score in the 50s. So it has been done. Close scores do get defended sometimes. It's a good adjustment from Reyes. The left-hander coming in, he had to change his line. Andrew's a very, very experienced cricketer. Also very handy with the bat. And give it a thump. So let's hear all the American, well, let's say North American chatters represent here. All right, this is in the air, and once again with the wind, that is going to fly. Well, Taylor, well, he can probably say a prayer tonight and thank God for making him left-handed, because tonight in Gibraltar, it is made for him. That right to left wind, just carrying that one a country mile. Maximo! Taylor made for the situation here, really. Expected score creeps into the 90s for the first time in a while. You can see it on the players and the umpires' clothing. as well. Oh, mix up. And they'll get away with it. It was Marple's idea to run from the non-strikers then in the first place. And Taylor wasn't completely convinced. But Marple's, because he got a good start, he had time to recover. Direct hit might have had him in trouble, but gets there. Yeah, so I want to hear everyone in the chat from North America saying, good luck, Bernie. Number 8 for the Pirates. This is a really nice shot, but it could be gone. What a catch. In these conditions, that is quite an incredible catch. It was into the wind, and this is the difference, I suppose, for Marples. But that was a fantastic catch. We'll check it out again on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Wow, very good shot. But look at that, on the knees, and just protected the ball, didn't he? So, yeah, Charles Packard contributing more ways than one at the moment. Joey still scratching his head, wondering how that happened. Yeah, but he's out. Caught Charles Packard, bowled Andrew Reyes for 3, and the score is 56 for 4. Hello to Chris Schinkel, who's watching from the Netherlands. New batter comes out there for Rugby CC, and it's Sukhjit Singh. Yeah, Sukhjit. It's a player that I haven't seen before, so I'm looking forward to seeing him in his first match. Reyes gets his first wicket, even though this has been a more expensive over than his first. Gets the call here, must have snuck just inside. Reyes with a little wink to the umpire. So thanks for that. Hanging full toss, but doesn't get put away, but a turn for a 2. Ben Wood throws in pretty violently. They do get back for 2. So that's good aggressive running from Taylor. So Sokbia has 2 runs, his first in ECN cricket. The score is 58 for 4 after 7. Not sure if that throw actually hit Taylor when it came in from the outfield. While we're here, why don't we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow? There's some pretty interesting results today. Saw BFC kind of shaking off the boogeyman to bring up a win in a high-scoring game last game. But Sri Lankan Lions back on deck tomorrow versus Marcor. Marcor, they were a bit of a rabble this morning, but pulled it together a little bit as the day went on. You can see a Tigers versus Limassol Calendars, though. The second double-header. So that all starts pretty early tomorrow morning, European time, 6:45 GMT, which is 7:45 in Europe, and it's 12:15 in India. Join Rico Full and Charlie Hunt, although I think Rico might be off tomorrow. So it might just be Charlie who is going to be there flying the flag for ECN. And there's only 2 more days of Group A. So there's tomorrow and Sunday, and then the bottom team drops out, top 4 will return for Elimination Day on Saturday, next Saturday the 27th. Giannani gets the second over. It's hit straight back down between the umpire and the non-striker. Reyes gets on it pretty quickly, despite a fumble. Just boundary's hard to come by tonight. I mean, Taylor's got that unfair advantage of being left-handed, doesn't he? Those shots leg side are motoring. This is a big opportunity, I think. Giannani's been a bit all over the shop. But he gets it right here. Almost gets stumped, but to be honest, I think he knew he missed it and he had time to turn around and kind of race the ball back. Let's have a look on the replay. He's able to just plonk the bat in before the keeper took the bails. Yeah, so it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow in Cyprus right here. We'll make our own excitement as well. And the format of this tournament is quite simple. There's 10 nights of double headers, 20 matches, and then the bottom team will drop out. And it's actually a pretty good format, the Elimination Day format in Cyprus. Hit back pretty hard, and it'll beat the fielders. That's 4 for Taylor. Now, he's been a shining light here. It's kind of kept them in the hunt. This is one where it's kind of away from his eye line, so that's got to trust his hands, trust his eyes. He's batted really well so far. I mean, 18 off 11, you normally say, okay, it's okay. But, you know, I think it's been a pretty important innings. And right now, this game is a 50-50, according to Win Predictor. Rugby CC expected to score 88. Remember, I think it was 93 at the beginning. Gets a fair piece of this, Taylor, and he's going to find another gap. Burchik goes feet first slide, has to pick it off the fence. Taylor. Cuatro carreras más. I thought this might be an interesting battle. I've got to say, it's not really bad bowling from Giannani. It's a baseball-type slide from the American there. A few people mentioning in the chat, yeah, big year for cricket in the US with the T20 World Cup being co-hosted there. The big swing from Taylor. Giannani will finish his spell. None for 24. 2 overs remaining. Rugby CC 69 for 4. Yeah, so in Cyprus, it is an interesting format where the top team from each group goes straight through to the semi-finals. If you finish second in your group, then you have to win 1 eliminator on elimination day to get through to the semi-finals. If you finish 3rd or 4th, you'll have to win 2 eliminators on elimination day to get through to semi-finals. So it rewards teams that finish higher on the ladder, which is the way it should be, really. Cosmic Nana saying she might go to one of the World Cup games if the ticket prices are reasonable. I hope they are. I mean, USA, certainly a big potential market, isn't it? As the bail comes off again. Look at it. Still rolling. Thing is, it's that one rogue bail. The other 3 are playing ball. Well, good night. Oh, well done, whoever caught that camera in time. You're almost watching the sky. All right, it all happens in the 9th. Here's Wood coming back. Bowled the second. He's going to bowl the second last. Serves up a full toss first up. They'll get a single out to Mark Garrett. Yeah. Windy. Fighting 80, scoring the Grady 80s here maybe. Expected score 90. Tell me how you like the expected score, by the way. Thanks to our wonderful partners that are allowing us to use that. There's a lot of work that goes into that number. All right, hitting the air, doesn't really get it. And that's lucky for him because it doesn't carry out to Reyes. Taylor survives. This is one thing that I would say. If you're Taylor, throw out the technique manual and just horn everything across the line. I think in these conditions and with an over and a half to go, forget the offside. It's weird advice to give, but I think that being left-handed, it's worth it. They're going to get 2 here. Good running. And Sukhjit certainly been industrious since he's been there at the crease. Yeah, so that's the other thing, and it's kind of mentioned by Chris Ward in the chat. The ball, especially with a bit of rain, does kind of skim off this artificial turf. Well, that'll be a bailer. There we go. I think it was the bowlers. And just when I said the other bails were playing ball, it's the bowlers end bail. Here we go. Well, in fact, it was both of them. Soon almost gets his arms chopped off by the bowler running past. The Bales have done well. We've gotten through 8.5 overs. See if they stay on this time. Pirates now slight favourites. Nice shot by Sukhjit. And he'll get 1. Yeah, Wood's been a good player so far. English heritage, so I imagine he's played a lot of good level of cricket. But I think the thing that really stands out for me is that Pirates have bowled very accurately in this innings. And given the conditions, that's no small feat. Can Rugby CC kind of mimic that and make a game of this? Pushes this one a little bit wide, maybe freaked out by the charge from Taylor. Yeah, so I would say, if I'm Taylor here, forget backing away. That's not your play. You need to reverse back away. You need to kind of move on the as we look at him move to the right of screen and be hitting more balls left with the wind. So get a bit agricultural. He's kind of got a natural instinct to want to back away. See, that's ball that would have been a wide. See, if he stands his ground, or if he jumps to the offside, which is the right-hand side of screen, then this is an easy put away, but he makes things hard for himself here. That's just something I think when he looks back and watches this innings, he might just kind of clock that for next time. A lot of people saying some good things at the moment, including Sada, who said he really enjoyed the women's tournament to finish the year. That was brilliant, actually. And let's not forget, our very first international women's, I reckon, but just sorry to interrupt myself, but I think when they fall off twice in before one ball, then that's when the umpires start going, nah, we're going to have to ditch the bails. Say Gibraltar were involved in the first ever international women's series we did here in the 10-over format. There we go. Taylor pulls it baseball style. There's Burchick listed to bat at number 6 for the Pirates tonight, the American, as we get to the end of another over. The score is 76 for 4. Yeah, so what do you think about the expected score on the board? Started at 93. It's probably now living somewhere in the 80s. Pretty good team effort from Pirates with the ball. I think Reyes started off, Wood then followed up well. Same with Packard. Okay, the other two have been a little bit expensive compared to the rest, but I mean, if that's your worst night with the ball, you're doing all right. Garrett to bowl the 10th. Expected score 86 now. Looks like the rain has kind of eased off a bit now. It's just one of those things, I suppose, the conditions here in Gibraltar. These players are pretty hardy, we know that. Some of the toughest cricketers going around in Europe, I think. Taylor, time to swing for the fences. 10th overtime. Goes under the boot of Garrett. If they want 2 here, well, they probably get it if they go. It's a very slow turn. And it almost caused the run out, but it'll get there in the end. So 2 runs. And this is where I think you want that left-hander on strike. Really nice stop there by Reyes. His fielding's been outstanding in this 10 overs in difficult conditions. Notice the new Sloggers outfit as well. Kind of like the All Blacks, aren't they? Now? This is, well, I want to know what happened here. Because I thought a bail fell off, but when? Does this hit the stump? Oh, yeah, it falls off first. Did it actually hit it? I wonder if this is a real delivery or not. Because I don't think it got called. Yeah. I think that just goes down as a dot. He's going to be stumped. It's clever bowling from Garrett. And Taylor was playing his poker with the cards face up on the table there, wasn't he? As he ambled down the pitch. And that caused Garrett to kind of pull the length down and say, right, I'm going to try and bounce one over your bat. And that's exactly what happened. It's a very good piece of work behind the stumps as well from Harry Pyle. Expect to see a bit of him in the second half of this game as well with the bat. But yeah, good keeping, but yeah, really good innings from Dylan Taylor in what could be a bit of an arm wrestle here on a Friday night at the Rock. He goes for 28, and Rugby CC going to have a couple of balls remaining. Pardon me, with those 2 runs got early over, he goes for 30 off 20, and it's 78 for 5. New batter comes out. It's John Matthews. He's got 3 balls to make an impact. They expect to score down to 82 now at the moment. Well, might go up. So this is an interesting one. That'll be an extra run. Will the expected score go up to 83? Still 3 balls left. Suppose one of them's a free hit. Pretty good keeping by Pyle. Don't really have trained for that one. Yeah, it goes up to 84 now. I suppose you can't get out this ball either. All right. Free hit time. And wouldn't have been out anyway. I think it bounced from the keeper onto the stumps. Check out the wind jet, the side screen in the background as well. Just deflect on the stumps, but that would have been out even if he was out of his crease. Couple to come here. Matthews needs to get something off this. There's another bail. These bails, they're not just blowing off and just falling off. They're like aggressively being blown. Well done to persist with them. I suppose you got through this far. You've just got 2 balls left. All right. Pirates 59%. They started 40% underdogs, didn't they? Oh, would have been a great catch to Garrett. Sticks out the hand of Hope. I think that intelligently, Sukji just wants one. He's probably seen Matthews kind of struggling to make an impact. Well, that's not a bad shot. Would have been a one for the highlights reel for Garrett. In the end, it cost him too much. It's a single. Okay. Last ball coming up. Let's see what Sukji's got in the aggression department. Last ball, seatbelts on, people. No, you won't get anything. In fact, they won't even get a run. He might be run out here. We'll find out. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, it takes off for a run. That's going to be a difficult run to get. Not quite sure if it's out or not. Regardless, it doesn't really matter because Rugby CC are going to finish with 80 on the board. 80 off their 10 overs. So 81 will be the target for Pirates. But I will say, like I said earlier, the Pirates, they are kind of bits and pieces batting lineup. Who can step up and deliver them a win in their first game of the series? Let's go back to the start. It was Reyes. He was a star early. Only one came off his over. Then he took a very good catch. And that was Ataloya who went after struggling with the bat. That was the first boundary. It was anything but convincing. But Garrett came on. It was probably the only bad ball in the first half, really. Really put the pressure on. Now, this is where Richie Cunningham had some sort of an injury here. Just looking at that, maybe it was his finger that's caused him to leave the field. This was a brilliant catch. Probably the highlight of the innings for Pirates, with Reyes taking a great juggling catch, sliding in, and then this was a big moment, wasn't it? Lateen, he was given his marching orders after a bit of deliberation. I liked the umpires taking their time. It did seem like a fair decision to me. The team misses a straight one. Marples hit a straight one here, and I thought he was going to get away with it, but it was a brilliant catch by Packard. Again, any catches you see tonight, they're good catches. Burchik looked like he was sliding into home plate there. But Taylor, I've got to say, I liked his innings. 30 off 20, 2 4s, 2 6s, the lefty. Like I said, he had an unfair advantage out there, didn't he, with that wind. But in the end, 80 for 6. I think it was run out last ball. And so, just going through the scorecard quickly. Taylor with 30, Advani with 18, and Lateen with 11 reached double figures. As far as the bowling went, Reyes 1 for 12, Wood 1 for 10, and Packard 2 for 17. Garrett 2 for 16. All very, very good economy rates. Giannani was a bit more expensive, none for 24, but in the end, it was pretty good team effort from the Pirates. Also, pretty good in the fact they only bowled 9 extras, I think, given these conditions. I mentioned their accuracy that was very, very good in this first innings, and you see there contributing. Giannani was the most expensive. Even he only went for 24. So, great team effort from Pirates. We'll be back very shortly. They'll be chasing 81 for victory. Rugby CC, though, they have the runs on the board, and no one can take them away from them. Let's see what happens when we return after a few minutes break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECM. We'll see you shortly for more ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. We are playing at the Rock. We're at Gibraltar at Europa Sports Complex. You can see Africa in the distance, in the daytime at least. Right now it's night time, the lights are on, and we're about to see the second half of match number 3. Pirates taking on Rugby CC, and Pirates chasing 81 for victory after keeping Rugby CC to 80 for 6 off their 10 overs. And I think that's a total that plays a bit higher than it sounds. Don't see too many 80s being defended these days on ECN, but very windy. Ball gets heavy with a bit of the moisture, even though the rain seems to have stopped for now. Still a bit of that surface moisture. I think we could have a good old-fashioned arm wrestle here. So, let's see how Pirates go. All right, Grady 80s, we call that for a reason, don't we? Because they normally make for great games. Pretty good start here. Sukhjit opening the bowling. And the first ball is worked down the ground for a single. And if you just joined us, very windy conditions at Europa Point tonight. So exposed, isn't it? It's fascinating part of the world, Gibraltar, with the Strait of Gibraltar here. Key shipping lane. But you are kind of a stone's throw away from the ocean. And so it is pretty fresh. Packard gets a single first ball. Pyle whacks it to Ataloya, who picks it up. But not able to turn into a catch. Pretty good looking shot. It's all the way along the carpet. Throws early. Braces for impact. A big Nigerian. This next one pulls the length back a little bit. Well, Packard went for a run. He got radio silence from Pyle at the other end. Something we don't talk about much, but yeah, the communication when it's pretty windy can be difficult. I know you speak to a lot of people that have played in the highest levels of cricket when the crowd is very, very loud. They talk about looking at your partner even a bit more important than calling, because the sound's so loud you often can't hear the call. Clipped away this time by Packard. I'll get 2 there. Mateen is a good fielder, but wasn't able to get to that one in time. Jules is watching on his lounge, watching ECN on the TV now. It's pretty cool these days how you can cast things. I know that's how I often watch. I'll cast it to my hotel room TV, like I was doing today, watching Rico and Charlie in Cyprus. A bowl angled in, and Packard can't get it away. This is a decent start. I suppose with a total like 80 on the board, if there's a big over, there's like a magical over, it makes it really hard to kind of make up for that, given how short of a game that we're playing here. It's been a good over so far from Sukhjit. Batted well too, I thought. Packard just tap and run, and he'll get a single. So all quiet on the prairie at the moment. Pirates 5 without loss after 1. No golden balls today in Cyprus, so we're now at 17 matches since a golden ball. Started the year at just 3 after we had one on the second last day of 2023. Of course, golden ball is the tiebreaker if the teams are tied, and this is that kind of a score actually. If it's 80-80 here, then we'll have a golden ball tiebreaker. The batting team stays batting. They need 2 runs off an additional delivery. If they can achieve that, they win the game. If they don't, then they don't win the game. Simple as that. Second over coming up, Dylan Taylor, who batted really well, scored 30, which is a pretty handy contribution given the circumstances. He's going to bowl over number 2. Packard goes after him straight away, and he's going to get 4. Again, that's with the wind, so I think these are the kind of shots, and as a right-hander, if you can play them, you're going to get value. Kind of clears that front leg. Watch it just skate off the surface. Really good shot first up to start the second over. I suppose you want one of your top 3 to click. It's going to make life a lot easier for the Pirates. Marple's doing the keeping tonight for Rugby CC, but he's a pretty handy player. He can bowl a bit as well. Very good fielder. Solid with the gloves as well. Taylor just didn't quite hit his Yorker there, or pull it back enough for it to be a length delivery. It's a bit of a half volley. And he pulls the length back, and Packard is going to get a single. How are you enjoying the night series, by the way? Anyway, a lot of people love watching cricket from this ground. Obviously, enjoy watching Cyprus during the day as well. Pitched up, Pyle takes it on, and he's going to get 4. It's a cracking stroke, really. Taylor, I think, providing a bit of pace, and the batters are enjoying it. When I think about what was effective for the Pirates in the first innings, I think their bowling, a lot of it was kind of pace-off kind of stuff. But really, take nothing away from Pyle. That was an incredibly good cover drive. Perfectly positioned, timed it well. And again, hitting with the wind to the left-hand side. Even if it's on the ground, the wind is going to make that ball travel so much faster to the boundary and past it. This one's just dabbed away. He's going to get 4 more. Once again, you can see it's a little light rain falling at the moment. You can see the way it's falling right to left. So if you get that gap, then that's going to get you a boundary. So this has turned out to be a very productive over so far. And it's tough for Taylor because he only has 2 outfielders to play with. So he's got the deep point out at the moment, then 1 down the ground, but no one in that kind of top left quarter where that one was hit away. Well done to our crew at Spring Productions as well for getting all the cameras up and running and more or less back in position now after they were blown around in the first half of this game. Well, it goes short, and Pyle takes it on. This one is into the wind, but it's still got the pace to get there. So Taylor left scratching his head as Pyle gets after him here. 3 boundaries in the second over. 1 to Packard, now 2 to Pyle. Suddenly that's 81, looking pretty good. Remember, if they could do it in 7 overs, then it'd be a 4-0 win to Pirates. Rugby CC could only get a 4-0 win if they were able to keep the Pirates to 56 or less. So it's going to be called a wide. Taylor. He'd love a wicket just to feel like he'd take something out of this over. It's gone for 18. Could it go magical? Well, no, not with Bales falling off. So again, wind really a factor. This There goes the bail again. I wonder if that's it. I had a feeling when it goes twice in, in one ball. Yeah, this is the bonus point equation. So if the batting team were able to chase the target, which is 81 in 7 overs, they'll get the bonus point, win 4-0. The only way the fielding team could do it is to have a real heater and to keep the Pirates to 56 or less. That was pretty consistent. How are you going with the bonus point? Have you got the hang of it yet? It's not too complicated. It's just something a bit different. What it does do is it provides, you know, secondary target, maybe if that first target gets out of sight. Short, and Taylor will go magical. That's going to be 4. Could be a goal. Back of the net. Actually, after work last night, I was watching a bit of Atletico Madrid versus Real Madrid in La Copa here. And well, the goal shout went way longer than that. 27 for no loss after 2. Looking at the table, you can see actually it was a pair of 4-point wins last night for Sloggers and then Turek. Turek narrowly ahead on net run rate. Who's going to get the jump here out of Pirates and Rugby CC? Right now, Pirates are looking pretty steady. And look, they have taken the bails off now. Joey Marple's there, trying to keep warm. The keeper for Rugby CC. Rugby actually is a place in England. Not many people know that. I have actually been to rugby, and that's where the origins of the sport originated, when someone actually picked up a football and ran with it. So yeah, rugby is a place. Rugby Cricket Club here in Gibraltar. Perhaps honouring that, perhaps honouring the sport. There is a lot of rugby played here at the ground at Europa Sports Complex. Also a bit of football played as well. Multi-purpose. Artificial turf just holds up a lot better than if you had the natural grass. Sukchit comes back, and the first ball is going to disappear. Maximo! Uppercut from Packard again with the wind. And yeah, I said Varney down there felt like there was a storm coming his way. Again, good offside play from both these two right-handers. Look at that, really timed it pretty well. Comfortably over the rope. I think they should be looking at that, chasing in 7 overs, the way things are going. Pirates, having said that, you know, one wicket can change everything. Now, bit of a top edge hanging in the air, but will fall safely. He'll come back for 2. Marple's here before he bowls it. He gets a little point. I think maybe was he looking for like a leg side stumping. He basically pointed just before this, and it was a bit more leg stump. Marples was ready for it, maybe trying to buy a wicket. But in the end, it'll just go down as a couple in the book. Got to break this partnership. That's going to be chopped onto the body. And so with the bails off, just to let you know how it works, is that any time that the ball strikes the stumps, it's considered as breaking the stumps, even if the stumps have previously been hit. Now, players coming together. Is this because the rain's got a little bit heavier? Looks to be kind of similar to how it's been the whole time. The other thing here, by the way, Pirates will desperately want there to be 3 more balls, because if they go off now and they weren't able to come back, then it's going to be a no result. I don't think it's significantly different to times in the first innings. This is where Rugby CC try the old 3-card trick, saying the umpires, come on, this is unreasonable. I don't think it is. I think it's uncomfortable, but I don't think it's unsafe. Little leg glance here, and it's well knocked down in the circle. It'll just be a single. This is where I think Rugby sees, I wonder if there's a little bit of that here. cleaning the glasses, taking the time. Really, given the game situation, they're not super keen to see the 3 overs pass, where if it was an interruption then, Duckworth Lewis, no doubt. Pirates well ahead on that one. This one is hit in the air, it's hit well. That's going to be 4. We're still in the power play, remember. So, yeah, Sukjit rolling the dice, pulling the length back a bit. But again, I've loved the offside play of these two right-handers so far. Yeah, so there's this question about whether that was rain or spray. It was definitely a little bit of rain because the ocean is to the left of screen, as perfectly described by Christopher Ward in the chat. So yeah, it's a southwesterly breeze at the moment, particularly westerly, which is right to left on the screen. Oh, Packard, wow. Time to pose for the camera. That one's huge. If that one's out of here, it's into the car park. That one might be into the ocean. Wow, what a shot from Packard. He just goes full alpha. Last ball of the over, Maximo. That one was an absolute stunner. Great shot. It's over the fence, and it's actually gone over the Europa Point Cafe as well. What a shot. So back-to-back magicals. Not looking great for Pirates. Now 47 without loss. And that also means that this game is legal. This is the end of the 3rd over. So we won't have a no result. We will have a result here. I suppose you just got to hope that there's a turning point here. We've seen that happen. We saw it happen last night, for example, with Tarek. Things really unraveled. They lost 6 for 9. That could happen here again. Hello to Iggy, who's watching from Khartoum, saying it's raining pretty hard. Khartoum is about an hour and a half away by car. And so he said lucky to be playing. It's kind of like that here, isn't it? You get these kind of micro weather patterns. All right, Nikhil Advani is going to bowl now. He's done some good things lately as well. Pretty good series last year. Here's Nikhil. Well, jinxed him pretty good and proper there. Snowball off the pitch. Funny thing here is, off the pitch is not that dissimilar to on the pitch as far as the material. Seen Nikhil playing before for the Raspberry Lightning in ECL 22, for example. Actually has scored a few runs as well. This is going to be a dot ball. Pyle misses out. Taking the pace off. Yeah, pretty good bowling there. Once again, similar to the ball that got Latine in the first innings, just doesn't bounce. Great keeping by Marples to stay down on that, but the batter stayed put. Yeah, so yeah, just don't think it's sea spray unless it's coming from the other side of the sea. Actually, which it might be, because we are on like on the point in the peninsula. So it could be, but it does look like it's coming from above. All right, wants a piece of him, and well, I think. Oh no. Well, I'm not sure if this is 4. I don't think it's 4 actually, but I think he's hurt himself here. That's no good. Well, maybe he's saying it is 4. I'll have to see what happens, but that's Dylan Taylor down there. It came like a rock. Get us a look on the replay. I think it just must have gone into the rope there. So I think that's going to be a 4. And that's why he doesn't really react to pick it up, because he saw it, just kind of rolled in, the rope went back. But that's a nasty one. It's a little short hop half volley. Latine gets the popping the finger back in practice. You've got to be tough to play this game in this part of the world at this time of the year. Taylor is tough. He batted very, very well, I've got to say. Right now, he's just trying to put the finger back in the general direction that it should be. And he says, yeah, I'm good. That's tough stuff. Yeah, I think I want to check the scoring here because I didn't pick up a signal, but yeah, it has been given 4. So see there, see how it just kicks it back onto the rope and then it comes back. So you can hear what he said there. Anyway, well done to Latine. You can probably send him the bill in the mail for that one. Well, loses his composure in more ways than one here, Harry Pyle. I like Pyle, and I like his technique, but he does kind of open up his front side here, just kind of going for extra power. And, yeah, a little bit like the last man in a limbo contest. Generally goes wrong. 50's up. And now Packard goes to the skies, and he's going to get full points. Maximo! And Pirates, now they're in a very good position to actually get the bonus point as well, because we're talking kind of 22 off 19. What I like about this, again, you've got such a great incentive to not lose your shape and drag the ball to leg side. To keep that shape, go over the offside. That's where the wind's going. Advani, he's a tricky customer with the ball, but he kind of puts the ball in your court and says, right, there it is. You want to go after it? Do you want to take a risk? But these two have handled him pretty well. That's kind of what he does. That's a better ball from Advani. Better result, at least, as we get to the end of the 4th over, and the score is 59 without loss. Hey, credit to Taylor that over. He just keeps on trucking at long off. It's a bit of a hot spot for injuries tonight. Looking at the ECL, of course, a lot of people are excited about this. Calpe Giants will represent Gibraltar in Group G. And I know that Aaron Kumar from Cluj in Romania, he's been tuning in, maybe trying to do a bit of opposition research. COYMS, I'm curious to see what their squad looks like as well. They've had a few player movements in the last 12 months. Oslo CK, including Raza Iqbal. And Mouflons, again, they're not playing in the ECS at the moment in Cyprus, but a lot of their players are, so you can see them at the same time. First one's a wide here. Zach Simpson gets the ball. Bit of a fan favourite, Zach. Duracell Bunny, as we like to call him. This is hit pretty straight. Fielder's got a lot to do, can't get there. And yeah, Taylor got a fair bit in off the rope there. Didn't really give himself too much of a chance. Simpson's kind of a bowler that I'm mesmerised by when he just takes a pile of wickets. He's got 31 wickets in his ECN career and only 1 run. But look at that. He's not afraid to really put it up there, but this is hit with a wind, hit into the gap, and it's going to be 4. So really, the way things are going, Pirates are certainly looking very, very good to take all the points out of this game. And really what it comes down to is that Rugby haven't been able to find a way to break this opening partnership. It's a tough night for someone like a Latine with his leg spin. I think he's a pretty good bowler, but tough to grip the ball in these conditions. Pyle wants another piece of him, and this is going to disappear. Bang! Maximo! And that one, in fact, hits the wall of the Europa Point Cafe. Simpson again puts it out there and says, well, go after it. But in these conditions, if you've got that offside stroke play, you're going to get very, very good value. Hello to Keenan. He likes Gamblers CC from Portugal. Pretty exciting team. Kulik Golia had a pretty good ECC for Portugal. Yeah, so Gamblers in the ECL for the first time. Fairly new club as well in Portugal. All right, Zach looking down the barrel here, just having a win. And that's a better delivery. Just sneaks in. And Zach's always going to give you 100%. That's something really clear. You see it in his fielding as well. He even has played for Gibraltar now. Played a little bit of international cricket. We can see his natural delivery, because he flights it up. The wind just takes it a bit more than usual at the moment. Quite often in this ground you have the opposite wind actually, the wind that comes off the water. This isn't the way it is tonight. And this one's dabbed down. Maybe looking for 2. They'll get it fairly comfortably in the end. Walking stick 77, good opening partnership. A little bit of the last night about this, wasn't there, when Sloggers chased a score down without losing a wicket. This is crunched by Pyle, and this will be game over. And they do it with exactly half the overs to spare. What a comprehensive performance that is by Pirates. Well, no mutiny there. Very impressive opening partnership of 81. Means that Pirates take all the points. That's 3 bonus point games in 3 in Gibraltar so far. Rugby CC, well, their batting never clicked. We've got their lineups for the second game. Now, just looking at this time, Rugby CC have elected to bowl first. So I suppose this time they'll know exactly what they need to chase. But what they'll have to do first is break that partnership. And I'll be curious whether Pirates go with the same 2 that just looked so good then, or whether they're more about kind of trying to rotate the squad, give some opportunities to some others. So that game is coming up in about half an hour's time right here from Europa Point in Gibraltar. That was a bit of one-way traffic there. Rugby CC kind of spluttering to 80, but Pyle and Charles Packard put them to the sword and they bring up the win in just 5 overs. Let's go back and have a look at some of these strokes. It's intelligent batting. Unless the ball really was outside leg stump like that one, they really looked fairly exclusively offside with that wind. And that's normally where the bowlers are trying to bowl to you anyway. And they weren't just getting 4s, they were getting some 6s up there as well, including a monster from Packard that went over the cafe. That was it. That was probably the shot of the night for me so far. It was going, and it was gone. Last seen approaching the rock. Advani came on and a bit of a teaser, isn't he, with the ball. We saw Taylor almost go down to 9 fingers there for a while, but they were able to straighten him out. But there was no turning this game around. Simpson came on and same sort of thing, just kind of floating that side off. But these two had the confidence, they had their eye in and were pretty comfortable. Again, you see that very technical shot. So who says there's no room for technical batting in a 10-over match? These two certainly showed a bit for the Pirates. And a big win as they bring it up with 30 balls to spare. 34 of 14 for Packard. Pyle with 43 off 17. Between them, they hit 10 4s and 4 6s. And remember, there were only 30 balls in the innings. So it was a bit of a demolition job, that's for sure. No one really had the answers with the ball, although Advani went for only 12. A couple of magicals in there. Fact is, we only saw 4 bowlers from Rugby CC as well. Such was the magnitude of the victory. So time to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes with the double header, the second leg of the double header. And this time it'll be the Pirates who have to set the pace. They'll be setting sail for a big total, no doubt about that. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back after this break with the final game of the night here on a big day of European Cricket Network action. See you soon for more action in the ECSN Gibraltar.
this.
Hello, welcome back to Europa Point. This is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for European Cricket Network, and just giving you a bit of an update. Yeah, they had the rain sweep in. Now, it is coming and going, but it does look like it's easing off. Now, at this stage, we're looking to start at 9 o'clock local, which is in about 9 minutes. So if that happens, it'll be an 8-over match, and it will mean that it'll be a 2-over power play and 3 bowlers will be able to bowl 2 overs. So that's where we're standing at the moment. I will take you back to the ambient music for a little bit, but hopefully I'm back in a few minutes to take you into some cricket with match 4 between Pirates and Rugby CC. But for now, cross your fingers, hopefully we've got some cricket soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar. Good news is players on the park. You're watching match 4 between Pirates and Rugby CC. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters, their tournament referee, was with 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Rugby to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Wait there. That's a head.
Have a ball first.
They're going to bowl.
A little bit of the calm before the storm there, so to speak, ironically speaking, but Rugby CC win their second toss of the night. This time they want to bowl first, and I think that may be to do with the fact they had a bit of an issue getting a decent score on the board in the first innings of the previous match. So Pirates, they looked really good, didn't they? And how about the form of Charles Packard and Harry Pyle at the top of the order? Unbeaten 81-run partnership gets them home, and Pirates are favourites now after I think they were 40-60 underdogs in the first game, so the tables have turned a bit for them. Having said that, Rugby CC, their batting didn't really click. Now here's the news as far as the match conditions are. It's an 8-over match because we've been delayed by 15 minutes, and the power play 2 overs instead of 3, and 3 bowlers may bowl 2 overs. The rest are limited to singles. So Sukhjit Singh is going to bowl the first over. Yeah, so 8-over match. You can see the wind's still pretty strong. Anyway, let's get going here with match 4. And it's an 8-over smash. And there's a smash first up. The team guards that offside. Looks like they've got quite a clever field here. They've put both their sweepers back on the offside, which is really where the wind is assisting those shots. Sukhjit. Pulled away this time. Pyle. He's off the mark now. So back-to-back singles to get us going. I like what Sukhjit brings to the table. A little bit of everything. He was quite busy when he came in the middle order. Looked like he had a pretty good technique, and with his bowling, he's not the quickest, but you know, he just tries to put the ball in difficult areas. Backs away. That might still be a wide though, because with the wind, it just kind of breaks and gets a bit of that sideline. So what do you think about this 8-over format? What it does do is make it a little bit more of a lottery, I suppose, the shorter the game gets. So they've got 1 or 2 players to find, probably win the game. That's full toss. Now off the end of the bat, but it's going to travel a long way. Bangs off the side, screen and back into play. Maximo! Packard, he's being watched on by his cousin Ed Packard, who we saw playing international cricket last year. And certainly looks built for it, doesn't he? That was a powerful strike down the ground again. Kind of wind assisted, although it's more of a right to left wind really. Pulls back the length, but this one is going to fly. It's another fence buster. Maximo! Back to back, and Packard's out of the box. And I said at the end of the last game, I was curious as to whether they would continue with the opening pair or kind of, quote unquote, give someone else a go. They've said, no, you guys, you've been doing the job. Just keep at it. Strike while the iron's hot, so to speak. Packard, 33 years old. His cousin Ed has captained Luxembourg last season on the network. Sukhjit tries something different. Kind of more around the wicket, but Packard, well, he's a golfer. He's hit 2 perfect drives, hasn't he? That's another one. It's gone a mile back. Maximo! And it's trouble with a capital T as the big P sends this one out of the Europa Sports Complex. Again, when you're hitting with the wind, hit high. Let Mother Nature do the work. That might have been a tower buster. So it didn't quite get out of the ground, but not far off. expect to score 106, but remember, this is an 8-over match, so that would be a very good score. Oh, he's bowled. And would you believe it? They needed a bit of luck and they got it. They finally got a wicket, Rugby CC. Packard just opened his stance a little bit and he chopped it onto his body and it rolled back onto the stumps. So, yeah, bit of bad luck there. And looks like maybe they'll be coming off. That rain has picked up again. So it'll be, I think, the 1 over bowled. I think that was the end of the over, wasn't it? I'll check it out pretty shortly. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, so 21 for 1 off 1. So a pretty entertaining start to this game. And just waiting for a bit of an update here. And you can see, I mean, the rain did ease off. We were able to get a start, and what a start it was. We certainly had plenty of entertainment in that first over. But yeah, we'll take you through some of the shots we saw in that first over. But this was all action all the time, really. Ultimately, it will be 21 for 1 off 1 over. Now, this does mean also, I'm pretty sure that we will have a reduction in overs again. So we started with an 8-over game. I think that we'll end up with something a little bit shorter than that. We just hope that we can get back on. I mean, that's the issue. So, as you can hear, it's really picking up now. You can really see the wind there, though, the right to left, can't you? You can see how those shots to the left of screen are flying a lot further. And yeah, so I don't know who wins that over. Feel like it's a big wicket to get Packard. He looked to cut above, didn't he, while he was out there. Still got Pyle at the crease. And he batted really well in the last game. 43 off 17 he scored. So, yeah, minimum 3 overs as well on ECN to constitute a match. Just want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat as well. Thanks for your patience as well. And it's always frustrating when the rain does intervene. 15-minute delay to this one. But I want to say a quick hello to Kroom as well as Chris Schinkel and Jeff Maguire, who's tuned in from Northern Ireland. Well, Jeff, hopefully I'll see you shortly in Malaga. And that certainly is always a highlight when we see you there on behalf of Grizzly Bear Sports, who are certainly valued partners of the ECN. They've been great since they've come on board, and the Grizzlies have been flying out of the ground tonight. Also want to say hello to Trip, who's watching from the USA. And don't forget, we've got Bernie Merchick, who is playing for Pirates tonight. Hasn't had to do too much so far, except for a bit of fielding. Haven't seen him bowl or bat, but he's from Philadelphia. And I think he might be our first American player that we've seen on the network. While we're here, just want to thank everyone as well that's watching on Fancode in the subcontinent. Now, look, I know it's frustrating when these things happen, but I do have some cricket for you, and we're not going to go too far back into the past while we wait for the rain to stop. And before I throw to this classic game, I will say that we'll bring you back here as soon as there's some news, but keep an eye on the chat, keep an eye on the website, europeancricket.com. We'll let you know, bottom of the screen as well, if it looks like we're going to make a start. But we're going to go back only about a month, actually, about 4 weeks ago, but we're going to go to the ECCW last year, 21st of December. It's match number 20 between Spain and Austria. Now, in this game, it was a crucial game because both these teams were fighting for the 1 spot in the Final 4, which would be the next morning on Finals Friday. So we're going to pick up the game at the start of the second innings. Spain in their innings scored 95 for 4, so Austria chasing 96 for victory. Priyasabu and Hajivan Bulla opening the batting for Austria. Spain opening up with their teenage sensation, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. I'm on the commentary with Rico Full, so hopefully we have some action here soon. But until then, please enjoy this ECN Classic.
Final match of this match day 5, and well, is a must-win match for both these two teams. The winner will be back here tomorrow. The team that doesn't will finish at the bottom of the standings and won't be back. I mean, this is probably a little bit irrelevant, really, because even if the Lions of Austria are able to get a point here by getting past that 66 mark, it won't be enough because of the net run rate. Spain are far superior to it. So that's out of the equation. They've got to try and get this score of 96 for victory. And you can see that the openers out there is Priya Sabu. No change with the non-striker as Hajivan Bula is out there. So pressure innings. Pressure that really is one of those I was saying that you could have eliminated this if you go back to the coin toss, but that's all in the past. They decided they wanted to put Spain in, and it's kind of backfired. This is a big score. Spain scoring the most runs that they have in this championship. Austria going to have to do the same. Slices at it. Not very decisive with the running, but they'll get home. They'll ask the question. It might go upstairs to have a look, because I think it ends up being a direct hit in the end. But a little bit like Spain early on, just umming and ahhing about the run. You can see Sabu saying, come on, get going. And yeah, it does get home comfortably. Spain and their supporters, they will erupt if they win here. I mean, this, like I say, is their final. It's the big one for them. To be back here tomorrow would be huge. That's a very good leave. And well, once again, the running is here. Direct hit, and it could have been close. Here's another bat plug. Well, a game for everything. I suppose you got to be that way, really. Just watch this. This is going to be another close one. So there's the leave. Sabu says, okay, let's go. And yeah, look, if that hits, that's out, because you got to be running. All right, up in the air. Can we see a catch here? Oh, almost. Oh, that's so close. It's all happening. It's frantic at the moment. It's absolutely frantic. Fiuda comes in, and that's Mamouna Riaz. Comes from a long way, does well to get hands to it. It's away from the body. Catch goes down. Sabu, that's the one that you could do with taking early. That's a good hit. There's nobody out there. The chase is on. Iba, and I think that is going to be 4. I mean, it's an excellent effort, but I just get the feeling that in the process of the dive, that the arm and the hand is in contact with the ball. Let's see if I see this right just at that moment. I think just about there. There's the contact. So player on the boundary also touching the ball. That's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, Cuatro Carrera signalled by the umpire, Joe Foster. Great effort, though. Superb effort. Vinny Sandu comes back into the box for this, what could be quite a dramatic end to the day.
Wow, I'm looking forward to this immensely. That's a good take behind the stump. Scott Taz doing that job. Tasmi Hamiriza. Yeah, well, I've brought my whole seat, but I'm only using the edge, Rico, because this could go either way. Austria will have to bat very well, though. You can see it's about 70-30. Well, maybe after that boundary, it's just adjusted to 66-34. Austria needs some partnerships of their own, don't they? Buller really liked her day. You know why? She's tested.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Well, good news is players back out there. Rain had a bit of a break, although see, it's not completely stopped. And so we only lost a few minutes. So the good news is we haven't lost any more overs. I thought we might. If we were off for any longer, we probably would have. But we are still sticking with an 8-over game. So there won't be any need at this stage for any adjustments or anything like that. If you missed the first over, let's just say it was entertaining. The score 21 for 1 off 1. And Charles Packard going for 19 off 5, but he got bowled off the last ball of that first over. So there's the conditions. 2-over power play makes this the last over of the power play. Okay, good to go. And looks like Ramage into the side. He's going to bowl the second over here. But even the glove there is blowing away. You see when it got dropped down there. So anyway, we just got about 1 over of that classic match, didn't we? This one just missing. This is Andrew Reyes coming out at number 3. Didn't have to bat in the first game. Such was the power of the opening partnership. But he's called into action now. Chris saying it's a very short distance between Gibraltar and North Africa. That's true. In fact, on a clear day, you can see Morocco across the water. Reyes crunches as 4. Wow, someone's going to bounce back to the pitch. That was hit so hard. This guy, he loves to whack the ball. Absolutely eats it up. Good shot. Again, offside. It's kind of all the practice you do on your offside game. It pays off on a night like tonight for a right-hander. So, well done to everyone to get back on so quickly. Caught everyone by surprise, but I think you're just taking any chance since weather. You can see it. Moment it has eased off a bit. Again, kind of cramps him for room. Hits him on the pad, but going down the leg side. Chris is saying it's currently 15 degrees here in Gibraltar, but it feels like 8 according to his information. Well, I think you might want to call that -8. That's how it really feels at Europa Point. It is. It's pretty intense conditions. Reyes goes to meet it, goes on the hit and gets a single. Yeah, you can hear a bit of chat at the moment saying, oh, let's be smart, no need to throw the ball away. Well, have a look at Mohamed Roshan there. Let's try and get him from front on there. He looks like he's ready to rob a bank, doesn't he? Last ball the over, last ball the power play. Oh, it's another ball that doesn't really get up. Pile good enough to get some bat on it. It's exactly how Latine went earlier in the night. In fact, that's the end of the second, and the score is 28-1. Yeah, so still an 8 over match. That was because we had a 15-minute delay at the start of the game. We have made up a little bit of time. That's why the decision was made to keep it as 8 overs. Obviously, we want the game to be as long as possible to give everyone an opportunity. All right, so we're going to get the African sensation, Adebayo Ataloye. He's played a lot of cricket in Nigeria. Wonder if it ever gets like this in Nigeria. Well, he's been around the traps for a while in this part of the world. He's got some good big man energy, Adebayo. I like him a lot. He's going to come on and bowl in the 3rd over. 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time because we're out of the power play in this 8 over match. A little bit short, pulled hard, and that's going to beat the fielder. Yeah, it was just asking for trouble, wasn't it, really? Too short. Anything short tonight has really gone the journey. You can really choose where you want to hit it as well when it's that kind of a length. So Pyle picking up where he left off in the first game. Remember, he's coming off that 43 off 17 in match 3. I will say something else. The bonus point isn't in play here because it's a shortened match. So the winner of this game will get 3 points and the loser 1 point regardless. Well, I wonder if they have to share that towel. Again, not quite where the bowler wants it, and it's going to be 4. So Pyle, like the shot selection here, he's pretty much just playing the line of the ball. If it's in towards the legs, he'll go leg side. If it's outside off, he goes offside. Sounds simple. So Adebayo, I think he needs to try and draw Pyle forward. I think that short stuff is just kind of sitting up on a tee for Pyle. Try and draw him forward into a mistake. That's what he tries to do, but this one floats a bit wide with the wind, and Ataloye, facial expression says it all. Here comes the towel. That towel looks like it's seen better days, if I'm completely honest. And Pyle does go down the ground. Thought for a second it might carry. Dylan Taylor rocking the beanie at the moment. Why not? But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, even though it doesn't result in a wicket, but it results in a mishit, drawing Pyle forward. But you don't want it to be an actual full toss. But you want it to be one that he can draw forward, that draws him forward, but he doesn't quite get to the pitch of it. And he's bowled him. And Reyes plays all around this one. Ataloya was all over the shot, but he gets this one just right. And what an inspired bit of captaincy from Ian Latine to go to the big Nigerian, and he gets the job done. This one maybe just straightens down the line a little bit, but Reyes, he's just trying to hit that leg side. It's not that kind of night. Should have been trying to go straight. He'll know that. He's got a lot of time to think about it now. So Rugby strike back with a second wicket. As Reyes goes for 5, it's 38 for 2. New batter coming out there is Danny Canepa. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he's bringing to the table as well. Ataloya got that one right. Can he do it again? Danny, the batter, is on ECSN debut tonight. Swings at one that will be called wide. Well, Canepa is built for power, just judging by that swing. And he gets none of it, but he'll still get 4 into the wind. Well, this guy, I'm looking forward to seeing him. He's pretty much stay still. I like that. He's very still at the crease, but then he gives you the kitchen sink when it comes down to it. And this is, like I said, it's a bit of a mishit. And even though it's all the way along the carpet into the wind, he's got the power to get the journey to the boundary. His first run's on ECSN in the form of 4. Looks exactly like the kind of guys that used to keep me out of nightclubs. Danny Canepa. Oh, he gets the call. I think he's lucky there. That's a lawyer, but he probably feels like he deserves a bit of luck. Let's have a look. I reckon this. Oh, I thought it spun onto the line. But anyway, that's a lawyer. He'll be happy that's over with, I think, as we get to the end of the over. And the score is 43 for 2 after 3 overs. Looking at the table, well, we've had 3 4-point wins so far to Sloggers, Turek, and then Pirates. But I can tell you that this won't be a 4-point win because it has to be a 3-point win. 3 to the winner, 1 to the loser, because it's a reduced match. And so it means that we'll have 4 teams out of the 5 with at least a point by the end of the night. Rugby will want more than just the one, of course. Ramage to bowl out. And first one, not sure it was handled. I think it'll be called wide first up. Steps towards the ball, but yeah, the foot was safely home at any rate. Oh, it wasn't called a wide. Wow. All right. That was a questionable one, but anyway, Pyle doesn't throw him off his game. Pulls this one to the leg side for 1. A few people enjoying the headwear. Iggy's excited by Teo's wicket. Has a nice little delivery. All right, it's Danny time. Whoa. He looks at the bat. Maybe this bat isn't really up to the standard required. Got a Guiso Roshan again. I love that he's showing the minimum possible face. Maybe we can go back to him in a minute because Ramage's ready to go. Nice little cut. He's played this shot well tonight. Running away from the field, and that'll be 4. So Pyle with another boundary. Remember, this is an 8-over match. So, yeah, you gotta keep looking to score, to be attacking. I think that might be why they've put Danny Canepa up into the 4 slot. He looks like he's wanting to put some power into his batting. Yeah, there you go. You saw the tactics from Roshan there. I think Marples hits the bails there. So that's why the stumps went down. It's a funny one. If he was to knock the stumps before the ball was hit, then actually that's no ball because it means he hasn't stayed wholly behind the stumps. But tough call to make sometimes. Oh, yeah. A bit of that one as well. And he's going to get 4. Well, that bat looks like a toothpick in the hands of big Danny Canepa as he smacks another 4. Look, he's kind of grip it and rip it kind of a guy, isn't he, Danny? You can see that already. Shows the stumps. Dares the bowler to go at them. Smacks it away for 4 and it finishes the over 54 for 2. Let's have a look at the ECL draw. We've talked about this a couple of times, but why don't we go... Maybe I can roll another dice and I'll see. The dice has come up as Group G. Team 2, it's Cluj. We talked about them earlier. Arun Kumar will certainly be involved in the Cluj preparations. Cluj have played in ECL 19 and 22. They missed out last year, but it's nice to see them back. So, well, that tells the story, doesn't it? So we're 4 overs in now, 54 for 2. Feel like we'll have to have some kind of a reduction now because it's really coming in pretty strong. So 54 for 2 after 4 overs at the crease. We've got Harry Pyle, I should say, 18 off 10. Danny Canepa, 9 off 4. Certainly enjoyed watching him. It's a pity that we've had to have another break in play, but that's the way it goes. So what we might do, we'll take you back to that classic match we were showing a little bit earlier with Austria at the crease, chasing 96 for victory. Austria versus Spain from December 21st last year. Of course, the winner of this match in match 20 would go through to finals day. We'll pick up the action in the first over. Hopefully, we're back here with some cricket soon in Gibraltar.
Go over 7 or 8 to start really looking for those extra runs. She's looking for every single run possible. And Sabu, who has lovely technique as well. She can hit the odd boundary, but again, she's not really like an all-power kind of partner. Tries this time anyway, and I think that's landed in the pad. Watch this. And go straight over the stumps. It'll be the end of the over. 9 without loss. But have a look at this. Sometimes you use your hands. Sometimes you don't need to. Bang. Off the body into the pad. Safely home, though. So, look, I would say if I was Austria, you don't want to fall behind the rate. I think that's kind of a death sentence for you. So you need to get that 9, 10 and over. They do get 9 off the first over. And that normally means finding a boundary somewhere in the over. 369 matches since the Golden Ball. I got to say, there's been a bit of tingling going around even before this game started. Thinking this could be a close one. Spain, like I said, in the box seat. But Spain have had their times in the field that they have executed their skills very well and bowled well. They've also had times, a bit like Austria, where it's completely gone to pieces. So what will happen here? Not so sure. Amy Brown Carrera, good to see her up and about. You know, she was involved in that bizarre kind of pole vault run out, but she's fine, shakes it off. She's going to bowl over number 2.
It's going to start with a wide, but I am pleased to see her bowling at the top end because I think she is a wicket taker. Start to the wide, but don't mind that. You can see that in terms of the length, it's good. Just needs to get the radar right, but she is a genuine wicket taker. Bowling to Buller. Hits that pretty firmly. Fielder does well. Gets down on it. Makes a stop. Stops it getting past that. So that's good work. And that's Muskan Naseeb.
See, earlier in the day, I mean, Austria made 57 for 6 against Italy. You might say, whoop-de-doo about that. But I will say it's the kind of innings I think earlier in the week they might have only made 25 or 30. You know, they made those runs through looking for them. That's a pretty good one. Not quite handled again. Just have a look at this again. And I know I highlighted this before, but Buller, by the time it reaches the keeper, she knows she's not in danger at that bowler's end. So look, she's almost halfway down. Yeah. She's a good kind of 7, 8 yards down, maybe 9 yards down. So for her, it's easy. So she's developing a really good knowledge of how far she can push it. Because if the ball's nowhere near that bowler's end stumps, you're in no danger. Again here, you see, she's fine. She'll make it. This is Priya Sabu this time. But again, this is something like Naomi Hillman-Bermejo when she was on strikers end just to pick someone out at random. She kind of gets spooked a bit and is always looking to head back. But there's no reason to head back unless the ball's in that general area. And that's another good single pinch. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Austria so far.
The only thing that could improve on it is she's creating the bat as she's running. I mean, don't forget, you need to sometimes use every inch available to you when you're reaching out to
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And the good news is they're back on. It's been such a crazy kind of hour or so. Good news is we're running early, so we're still scheduled to get 8 overs a game. Truth, because you can see there's still an hour to go of playing time, or maybe 55 minutes, and we only have to get through 12 overs. So okay, yes, you've got the kind of 10-minute break in there, but we're able to still keep it 8 overs aside. I do think if we were to have any more rain, that's not going to be the case. It'll be less. Anyway, 54 for 2 after 4. Expected score 100 here. It's an 8-over game. That's a pretty decent score. So, sorry for the quick turnarounds here. It's hard to get the message out because we're kind of on and off. That's the way it has to be here, I suppose. Roshan, well, he's going to get a bowl. He's ditched the headgear. We haven't seen what he looks like really tonight because he's been wearing the kind of bank robber uniform. And there he is. You can see him on your screen. Roshan starts with a dot. And now cut away, and that'll be 4. Piles played this shot really well. Oh, I wonder what I'd do to him. I would consider bowling that ball, but then having the fielders there to protect, having kind of 2 fielders in that region, because he's still going to play that shot. And then maybe you might be able to catch him out there, although I hope I'm not the one the ball's screaming to with the wind. Well, I know we had a lot of viewers. We had thousands of people worried about Richie Cunningham, who went off in the first game. But he's just appeared, and all his fingers are still attached to his hand. It looks like it might have been a webbing. Was it a webbing? Nasty. Anyway, he's got a long climb to player of the tournament from where he is at the moment. Right now, how about that for a foot fielding? And almost going to create a run out. How about this? This is a proper party trick job here. Foot fielding. It's the old foot and mouth disease, but this is foot to hand fielding. Pretty slippery by Sukhjit Singh. All right, that means we're going to get more Danny time here. Danny just towers over his teammates, even the ones that are of a decent height. Roshan. Not a bad little start to his over. And that's the spot, I think, from what I've seen from Canepa so far. Kind of gives himself a bit of room, and I think he'll find it hard to access those deliveries outside the off stump. It's well bowled. Let me go back to the chat. It's been pretty crazy here. Jeff saying, watch out for Rossiter for CIYMS. Yeah, for sure. And Jason van der Merwe, he was a player of the series in the ECL last year. Oh, well, maybe he won't have any problems because he cuts that one away pretty nicely. But that's well fielded down there. John Matthews going for a similar kind of Arctic Explorer look. That's probably what I'd call it. He actually judges the spin here pretty well. It's a mixture of spin and skid, so it'll skid more than spin on a night like tonight. Another cut. See, they've kind of protected that one a bit better now. Oh, or have they? No, wasn't the best, and it'll allow them to come back for 2. And that'll take us to the 5-over mark. And the score is 61 for 2 after 5. Gives me a chance to say hello to a few people in the chat. I was talking about Jeff and CIYMS, wasn't I? Saying Ross Adair certainly comes with a big reputation, doesn't he? Jeff said he's flying out 1st of March to see Hornchurch and rivals lock horns, including Wimbledon. That will be something pretty special. People are kind of fascinated by some of the headwear and accessories we've got at the moment as Zach Simpson comes on to bowl and he almost gets a wicket. It's inside edge, past the leg stump. Yeah, that would have been an interesting battle, actually. Well, it was. We've seen one ball of it. Simpson versus Harry Pyle, or versus Kaneepa. Harry Pyle, I think, we saw him before, and Pyle will play him in a bit more orthodox fashion, but Kaneepa will be an interesting one, I think, if he gets back down there. Whether he gets a chance or not, I'm not so sure at the moment. It's well bowled by Zach. Pyle just has to take his medicine. We might get 2 here. Oh, it took a long time for Advani to get to that ball. Probably shouldn't be giving away a 2 there. There's one structure I'm sure won't blow over at this Europa Sports Complex. It might be Danny, Big Danny. A new Big D, perhaps, of course. Dan Leckstein from Austria. The original Big D, pulled away. Just a single this time. You can really hear it in the effects. And the wind's been pretty constant. The only variable has been the rain. Sometimes it's been on, sometimes it's been off. It's been that kind of a night. Hello to Egan Dantis, who has popped into the chat. There's a wicket, and Simpson does what he does best. He grabs the pole. He tempted Big Danny into a big leg side heave, but he came up with fresh air on a windy night at the Rock. And Zach Simpson with his first wicket of the series. Kaneepa goes for a pretty entertaining 11. The score is 66 for 3. That's, I suppose, the other side of the coin, isn't it? Showing the stumps, Danny Kaneepa. But yeah, certainly had the right intent while he was there at the crease. Pirates having to go a bit deeper in the order tonight. Egan saying that Zach started as a fast bowler at Cartama. Well, as long as I've seen Zach, he's been bowling the spin. I like it. I think he's not afraid to be brave. Sometimes that means kind of tossing it up and challenging the batters. Worked out okay on that occasion, as we're going to see Ben Wood with the bat. Bowled pretty well in the first game. Still yet to see the young American, Bernie Burchick, who's on debut. Simpson to Wood. Wood plays this off the back foot, pretty confident looking shot. I mean, spare a thought for the fielders in these conditions as well. I mean, already having to deal with the wind, but even the slippery ball. Simpson, he's reeled it back nicely. Last ball of the over though. It's a bit of a gift, and Pyle's ready for it. Even with the wind blowing in the teeth of that shot, it still goes the distance. Maximo. Wow. Simpson will be disappointed with that last ball. It was just dragged down and it was in towards the leg stump. And Pyle read it perfectly off the wicket and smashed it away for 6 end of the over. Don't forget, this is an 8-over game. The score is 73 for 3 after 6. Quick hello to Zishan Khan. He might be watching from Malta, saying that Bilal and Adnan are watching, having a green tea with nuts, cashew, almonds and pistachio. Happy to see cricket growing in Gib. Happy New Year to all from Malta. Thanks, Zishan. And we're hoping to get back to Malta pretty soon. Saw a fair bit of them towards the end of 2023. But yeah, hello to all you guys. Missing you as usual. And yeah, we get to go to some fantastic places here. Start of the 7th over as Roshan gets a second. Yeah, don't forget, only 3 bowlers can bowl 2. It's not really an issue here at the moment because Ramago's bowled out. In fact, they can bowl anyone that's bowled so far because all the others have only bowled one. Yeah, Roshan challenges Pyle outside the off stump. Pyle's cut very well tonight, but that one surprised him a little bit for bounce, I think. This one doesn't get up as much. Pyle wants to here. Won't get it. He'll get 4 instead. Well, he did that so well. He was hustling, thinking, look, it's in the gap. I think I can get 2. But with the wind, again, how about the speed it picks up? John Matthews. Looks like he's left his Huskies behind. Pyle. Oh, no, it's over 2 games. It was consecutive innings. But, yeah, 43 and 38. He's up to 81 off just 36 balls for the evening. Not a bad evening's work. So 9 balls remaining. And, you know, they say in 8-over cricket, it all happens in the 7th. Little dab cut this time. And he's teasing the fielders at the moment. Spotted that the field had come up there, Simpson. So just had to wait on that. Look at the contact point here. Waits really late and just taps it. And by playing it late, it went finer. Less sideways, if you like. And Pyle moves up into the 40s. I still think, yeah, you've got to have 2 back there. Roshan is bowling in the right area, but he just didn't have the field right that time, I don't think. And now it goes again. This time Simpson does well. He's a guy, like I said, always give you 100%. Dived on that ball. Just a reminder, because it is an 8-over game, it means that there's no bonus point equation, so winner takes 3, loser takes 1 in this game. It's pretty well bowled. Well, I mean, I suppose the fact they weren't running means they're not going to appeal for this, but I wouldn't advise it. He's out of his crease. He's got his partner running. He's saying, all right, let me get the ball for you. And I suppose that's sportsmanship at its best, because he had every right to appeal for that. But it'll be a dot to finish the over. So it's 83 for 3 after 7. Coming up tomorrow night, we'll see Bavaria. They're the 5th and final team to arrive here at this ECSN. They're taking on Sloggers, and don't forget Sloggers had a mixed time on opening night against Turek. Join me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, for ECN tomorrow night, starting at the same time. Teo gets the stumps, do the fielding here. That's a bit of luck. Same time tomorrow night, 5:45 p.m, which is GMT time, 6:45 here in Central Europe. And also, it'll be 11:15 p.m. if you're watching from India on fan code. Jeff's got a good question. I'll come back to it in a minute. Here's Teo. Pyle takes it on and he goes to the skies. Well, that is a monster. Well, mind the cars, because that one has travelled and it might have done some damage in more ways than one. Maximo! Pyle piling it on. Teo gets KO'd. What a shot. It was a perfect kind of length he turned it into. Like, wasn't too full, like didn't quite York himself. That's a shot and a half. Haven't lost many balls, but that one might be lost. Yeah, Jeff was asking, are all the teams staying in Gibraltar for this tournament? Well, typically yes, but Gibraltar is only about 5 miles long and about, well, 5 kilometres long, I should say, about 3 miles long and about 3/4 of a mile or 1 kilometre wide. So you can actually stay in the southern tip of Spain if you want, come across every day. This is cut away, and well, once again, we've seen Pyle piling on runs with that cut shot. And that'll bring up his 50. Brings it up in 24 balls. It's been a tough innings. It's been a bit stop-start. He's batted really well tonight. In fact, 53 here. But he goes to 96 for the night. And he has kind of been batting consecutively. So it's probably as good as 100. If he can get there. Teo gives the ball a rub on the trusty towel. Goes with a leggy, takes all the pace off. Think about a big throw. In the end, they just roll it in, concede the single. Yeah, mentioned as well, and Rob mentioned this, and something I noted earlier, Pyle actually did play for Rugby CC last season. Into the bat job from Wood. Hangs in the air, but not for long enough to get down to Dylan Taylor. He's coming back from a dislocated finger earlier in the night, looking the goods. Zishan's asking where I celebrated my new year. Well, I'll come back to that after this ball because it's the last ball. And it will be 4. Couldn't quite get down in time. Ramage out there, so Pyle ends up 58. And you know, with that, it brings up his 100 for the night. He makes 101 runs in consecutive innings, and he's batted so well. Facing only 43 balls in the night as well. So it's an 8-over match, and that is the 8 overs. The final score 99 for 3. And that means that we've got 100 as the target in just 8 overs, which is 12 and a half and over, 125 pace if it was a regular 10-over game. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights, and it was all action in the first over. We saw some big hitting from Charles Packard, but then he found himself undone as the rain started to pick up. He had to pick up and get going as the players came off. But when they came back on, Reyes hit some nice shots. I think that's where he needed to hit a few more. When you look at how he gets out in a little while, he was just trying to go a bit leg side. You see that one after a bit of a tough over from Adateo. He was able to get that one through, smash the stumps. And then we had a bit of Danny Canepa, and I've got to say, it wet my whistle. I feel like I'd like a bit more. We'll have to wait. It is a long series, I suppose. But Pyle, oh, he was the story of the night, wasn't he? And have a look at that shot. That's a really good cricket shot. Made the length into a perfect length to go up and over the top. And boy, did he go over the top, hitting that one into the car park. Finished with a boundary, which took them up to 99. That means an even 100 will be the target. 58 for Pyle. Had a really good night against his old team. In that innings, he hit mostly 4s and actually cut the ball very well. I think he countered the tactics of the bowling side rugby pretty well. 2 maximos in there, including a monster one that went all the way out of the ground. Apart from that, Packard with 19, Canepa with 11. Going back to the bowling figures, well, 3 bowlers did get their 2 overs in the end. Ramage and Roshan kept it down to single-figure economy. The others couldn't. Sukhjit Singh with a wicket as well as Ataloya and Zach Simpson, who got his first wicket of the series. We'll take a break, and fingers crossed the rain doesn't come back. We'll be back with an 8-over finish to the evening with 100 the target for Rugby CC. Otherwise, it'll be the Pirates that sweep night 2 here in Gibraltar. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Join us in a few moments for the exciting end of another day of cricket here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series at night in Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Bienvenidos and welcome back to the Europa Point complex here in Gibraltar. The tiniest nations on the planet, but no shortage of entertainment here on night 2 as we have an 8-over smash to finish the night because of a few little rain gremlins that have kept us off the park a couple of times, but it is an 8-over match. It means there's no bonus point in play either, so it will be simply a target of 100 in 8 overs. Reyes to get us going. Teo keeps his spot at the top of the order. Thought they might make a change there. He made 1 off 6 earlier and he faced the first ball. So I don't know whether, even if you want to open with him, I probably would have made Latine face, because this wasn't a matchup that went too well for Ataloye before. Reyes keeps it simple with the ball. And Ataloye, he goes into the wind, but he's not too fussed He's going to get 4. Gets it into the gap. Doesn't quite go the journey. And I think if that was with the wind, if it was going the opposite way of the wind, that one would have ended up in the grandstand. But Ataloya will feel better with his first boundary of the tournament. Reyes may be getting a bit too straight to him. 12.5 and over is the required rate at the start of this innings. It's hit pretty firmly as well. Well handled down there. It's Ben Wood. Good to see a mixture of characters I have met before and a few new faces at this night series so far. Still to see Bavaria. They've got some good players in their side. Sam Houghton, a bit of an ECN favourite. He'll actually play for his 7th team when he plays for Bavaria tomorrow night, which I think might be a record. I've got a challenge for you out there, all of our super fans. Has anyone ever represented more than 7 teams on ECN? Because that's the Sam tomorrow night will play for his 7th team. Talk about a turncoat. His wardrobe looks like the Rainbow Express. 14. Oh, this has been the one that's kind of bothered him tonight, where he's just decked in a little bit and beat the inside edge. We know how good he is. He scored in excess of 900 runs in the series last year. In fact, he scored more than 1,000 in the year in all formats, all tournaments on ECN. Reyes, he's been very good in first overs tonight. Oh, that might have been a tough chance. Mateen, I think that's it's tough to call it a chance, but having said that, Reyes is having a night out with the field. Yeah, you see it goes in the left hand, kind of hits the fingers, doesn't it? But that will take us to the end of the first over. 5 without loss after 1, so run rate's going to climb as we look at the golden ball count to 18 matches since a golden ball. And I don't want to give away too much. We have been showing a classic match tonight, and all those of you that know how that ends, let's just say it had an effect on the counter. Ben Wood to bowl over number 2. He did it well earlier. It's bowling in the cap, I think. Adeteyo saying, hey, do you want to take your cap off? Yeah, he says, yeah, I do, thanks. I thought it might have been deliberate. Obviously not. And the batter saying, hey, are you going to take that thing off or what? So he does. And he almost knocks out a stump. In fact, it's almost hit the helmet. If the helmet was where it should have been, it might have been 5. Wow, get a load of this one. Ooh. Yeah, that helmet seemed about 1 helmet width too far to the right. Probably just as well. Cracking shot. Oh, well, Latine, he is heating up. If he can play a few more shots like that, then this target is certainly not out of sight for Rugby CC. That was pure. Look at the way he just held his form there. Cracked it through the offside. Brilliant batting. Wood, not the worst ball ever. Well, we saw the towel in the first innings. That certainly got a bit of viewer feedback. This one is so old it's gone green. Well bowled. I think this is the plan for Latine. Knows he's so valuable. He doesn't want to get out. Respect the good ball, go after the bad ball. But the thing is, in the first game tonight, Pirates actually bowled really well considering the conditions, which are not very conducive to accurate bowling. Ataloya's got a different approach as he goes to the skies. Maximo! Well, that one was large from Teo as the rain comes down again. But you can see offside play tonight to the left of screen. That's where you got to be. So slightly different approach from these two. Ataloya's there to take risks. That's his job. Now they're coming together. It did seem like that did get a bit heavier. Hey, well done to Snoop in Holland. Not Snoop. He told me Khalid Amadi, the Belgian, he has played for 7 teams as well. Well, there you go. Shot. And Ataloya, we can see why he's there at the top. They decided to stick with him even though he had a bit of an out of sorts performance in the first game of the tournament. Again, picking off the bad ball there. Shin high full toss. Away it goes. Well, Martin, it's good to have you with us. Hopefully you heard that. So now, Sam will be looking for an 8th team. Probably so will Khalid Amadi. Is there anyone else? I'm just trying to think. Yeah, Khalid Amadi, for those of you playing at home, has played for Belgium, the national team, as well as Beveren in Belgium, Ostend CC, Sparta in the Netherlands, United CC Girona. Oh, it's no ball. It's going to get away from everyone. That's going to be 5. I'm sure on review this will be a no ball. I think the umpire was unsighted. And we'll check it out. But yeah, see, the umpire couldn't see, but that's definitely off the pitch. And so that means it's going to be a free hit coming up. And yeah, so he's also played for United CC Girona, as well as Veni Vidi Vici and Gozo Zalmi in Malta most recently. The smiling assassin, we call Khalid Amadi. Yeah, so Wood misses the strip at Deloya. That's a free hit. I think he had rain in his eyes, and that's why it's a fascinating game, this one. Because with a good third over, let's say, after this, maybe a good free hit here. Maybe that could be a head on DLS, you know, Rugby CC. Wide. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. Again, I think the umpire doesn't get a good look at it. I wonder if we'll see this one again. But I think you got to call that a wide. Let's see. Or did he get away with it? Yeah, I think this is being pulled back. You see the umpire doesn't have a clue. He's looking, he's trying to find a position. So, oh, he has got away with it. Wow, that's robbery in the first 3, because that was a free hit as well. Oh, well. I mean, he's not made of glass, but I think that's one that maybe they needed to have a look at, because the umpire just didn't have a clear line of sight at it. And an 8 over game, I mean, a ball's worth even more. Anyway, sometimes you get him, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you need a longer bat. 2 overs down, 26 without loss, end of the power play. So, Garrett, the skip up. Ooh. And one of the issues you got with the camera is that, you know, we don't have all cameras operational, but I mean, if the umpire is going to make the right call there, because it's pretty much stationary. So if that's in, he's in. If it's not, he's not. Simple as that. And then the umpire called it in, so it'll stay that way. Mateen is pretty close to getting out. Oh, what a game cricket is. I mean, the fact you can play it in 45 degrees or sometimes not. In European cricket, I will say, they play in probably wetter conditions than most, partly about the artificial surface. Now, worked away by Lateen. This is with the wind. They do catch up with it. Wow. It's a really tough one. It reminds me a bit of that Spain-Germany game in the Euros of cricket last year, where the rain came, the rain went, and you're always hoping as an umpire, okay, let's just give it another couple of minutes and maybe it'll stop, and then it kind of does, and then it comes back, and it's an uncomfortable situation because it's a judgment call. Mateen doesn't quite time this. Out to the leg side. So, had a question about what the par was at 3 overs. I can probably check that out for you. Very windy. CC. Neck and neck with the rate at the moment. Steps across and actually gets himself in a bit of trouble there, Teo. Yeah, so at 3 overs, and that there are no wickets down at the moment. So the pass score would be 33. That's a lawyer. Just premeditating, a little paddle there. It wasn't really there. If he'd stood still, probably could have cracked it over the offside. That's the thing as well. If you're going to take a risk, you want to be essentially trying to take risks that are wind assisted here, I think. Left of screen is where the wind's going, as you can see for yourself. All right, that's what Ataloya tries to do here. Gets it high. Is it there far enough? It is. Maximo. Well, case in point. Go with the wind, get under it, let Mother Nature do the rest as he gets this up and away for 6, and it does put them ahead on the Duckworth Lewis. Whether that comes into play or not, we'll have to see. Time will tell. Good game, this. Oh, now he gets Funkalicious. But again, it's a big risk to take just for one, isn't it? Especially when you just murdered a ball into the fence halfway up. Anyway, each to their own. It's 36 without loss after 3. It's always easy up here. Yeah, so they're 3 ahead on the Duckworth Lewis at the moment. Look at the table. Well, we know that the loser will take a point out of this. So it means that Rugby CC can't quite catch up to the rest, but they'd much rather have the 3 points and be just 1 point behind the field. Bavaria will play tomorrow night. Looks like Reyes is coming back. Now, one of my strategies here as a captain would be that I want to bowl who I think my strongest bowlers are first, because if it's rained out and it goes to Duckworth Lewis, you'd much rather have had your best bowlers having bowled. So there's every chance this might turn into a 5-over game, for example. So make sure they get their overs in. 3 overs down at the moment, 36 without loss. Ataloya survives the power play. He's done most of the scoring. 22 for him, 8 to Latine, and 6 extras. Time for over number 4. Oh. I think he touches this, you know. So I think he touches it, and it'll probably be a matter of whether Latine's back or not. He was almost back. Oh, we can't see his bat. Do we? Or maybe we do. Let's go 1 frame forward here. Let's have a look. He's out there. Has the ball in stumps? Maybe not yet. He's so close. Maybe 1 forward. Here comes the ball. This is one that I think you're just going to have to go with the umpire's call. And the funny thing is, if the umpire jumped the other way, then you probably could have seen it. Let's have a look on this angle. Oh, this might show it. Oh, yeah, roll that one forward. This is interesting. Maybe 1 more. There it is there. Oh. I think he's out, you know. I think he's out. And, yeah, the decision's been given. Well, what a great piece of camera work that is. And what a bad bit of luck for Latine. You see it right there. You can see the white. And if you see white, it's good night. That's what they say in these parts of the world. And Latine, he gets run out the worst possible way. Ball gets smashed back by Ataloya. And what about the night Andrew Reyes is having? Everything he's touching and turning into gold, including that where he just gets a finger on it. And it's good night, Charlene. And, well, the team was almost saved by the umpire getting in the way of one angle, but the other umpire showed he was just short. And that's a big blow for Rugby CC. Having said that, Latine wasn't quite himself tonight. Yeah, look at that. Reyes basically acts like he planned it all along. He's got stinging fingertips right now. Gets another crack at Ataloya, who's at least 20% more perturbed after losing his partner. He's going to take it out on the bowling. Drags this leg side, and nice sliding stop down there by Ben Wood. He's been good tonight. Good hustle. It's Taylor who's come out. He was quite effective in the last game because he is a left-hander, and I think it makes sense. You throw him out there at 3. Throw him out there at 3 and try and get him involved in the game. Remember, this is an 8-over match. We'll Trip, watching from the USA, saying these guys are troopers putting up with the wind and the rain. Well, they're built pretty tough down here in Gibraltar, I'll tell you that much. What do we think about the team going in that fashion? Oh, we lost an umpire. Not great. Come back. Shout out to the umpires as well. They do a fantastic job. All right, low full toss. Ataloya goes to the skies, and this one flies. Maximo! Well, no, Latin, no worries, as Teo goes large here in the fourth over. Low full toss, and he pumps it and almost left the stadium. A shout out to the umpires, Gareth Gomez and Sunil Chandramani earlier on. We've got Jeremy Perez and Michael Charge out there. Steve Mumford doing the third umpire duties. I think he's a little bit more comfortable, Steve, in the third umpire role in these conditions. We've got a great crew of umpires. Hey, what about Spring Productions and the umpiring crew getting something right like that in the team run out, which is pretty unlucky. Well, it's a missed stumping. And he's annoyed with himself here, Pyle, because he knows he had more time. He didn't have to snatch, and he just snatched it. See here, he's already spent it. And that's why he flicks both gloves off in frustration. Ataloya really should have been gone there. I mean, it's more or less a regulation stumping. Even though, okay, it's slippery conditions, it's windy, yes, and all that. But there's two types of stumping, the type you need to rush and the type you don't. That was one he didn't need to rush, just needed to take it cleanly. And he was too quick in trying to go for the bails. Now he gets it right, but Ataloya's not going anywhere. Fascinating game. Yeah, so I've got to say, on ECN, I think we get, considering the size of our operation, we get one of the highest percentages of decisions correct compared to any comparable cricket, even though it's hard to find comparable cricket. But it's all because of the teamwork between the production and the officials, the scorers. It's a real slick operation that's become. No surprise, because we're actually approaching 5,000 matches broadcast next month. Ray has to finish his spell. This will be, single and a half. Just gets back there. Ataloya, as Taylor almost sold him down the river. That will be the end of the over, 45 for 1. Ataloya, look at that. Lucky he had the extension. Let's have a look at what's coming up on ECN tomorrow morning with Sri Lankan Lions back on the park. They were pretty impressive in the early stages of that tournament, taking on Marcor. And then Nicosia Tigers take on Limassol Calendars in Cyprus tomorrow. 4 matches there, 2 matches here. That's the routine at the moment. Charlie Hunt will be standing by, I think, for a Super Saturday. He's going to start it off, and I'll finish it off. Whereas you can start your weekend in style in Cyprus. 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India, 12:45 in Bangladesh. If you want to get even more creative, I'll say 2:45 on the west coast of Australia, 5:45 in Sydney and Melbourne, 4:45 in Brisbane. I'm guessing 7:45 p.m. in New Zealand. Anyway, Charles Packard's going to bowl over number 5. Bowled pretty well earlier. So you can see they're halfway through and they've got 45. They need 55 off the last half. So they're behind where they need to be. Pirates certainly are in a commanding position here for me. Oh, Ataloya misses out. I mean, the percentage is saying 60-40. I feel it's closer to 70-30, even 75-25. Just my feel. But the super duper computer's programmed for these situations, so I'm not going to overrule it. Ataloya doesn't get too much of this one, but he will survive. I think a lot depends on what Taylor comes out here. If Taylor can come out and be a contributor, if he can whack a few away with the wind to the left of screen, then I think that's a game changer. But one thing he has to do is be willing to take those wides down the leg side, I think. Maybe he needs to just creep across with his stance a little bit because he's giving them way too much of his own to bowl at. Packard looks like he wants to come around the wicket. Hasn't really bothered telling anyone. If he has, Ataloya's not listening. All right, Taylor, what do you got? Does drag it leg side here, and fielder will handle this. Michael Lamond down there. Must see him back as well. Question from Jeff. Are the production crew still practicing cricket? Yeah, well, they do when they can. I think Khartoum has one place where they can get out and have a bit of a game. Don't think I saw them out there with the balls and the bats tonight, but they're very enthusiastic about cricket. They're actually pretty good. Ataloya gets funky again. Does he beat the fielder? He does. It's into the wind, so it should pull up. It does. Rugby league style from Giannani. We haven't seen bowling so far in this game. I suppose the issue with this shot, not too much pace on the ball. It's hard to hit it for 4 or 6. So you're kind of limiting yourself to maybe a 2, even if you hit it well, which you did hit well there. So you're needing 2.5 a ball. I think it's coming down to kind of now or never time. He says now, please, up and over the top. Maximo. A boom, boom, boom. And let me hear say Teo. I know you did it. Out there, Adateo Ataloya lifts it up and out of here. Good shot. Just what they needed. Rate required 14 and over. Last ball of the 5th coming up. There's only 3 overs after that. Well, that's hit pretty well as well. And it's 6 more. 6 carreras más. Back to back for Ataloya, who rolls the dice and comes up double sixes. End of the 5th. And the score is 61 for 1. And it's game on here at Europa Point on a wild and woolly evening. Peacock Friday, bringing it. So 3 overs remain, 39 required. The power of being able to hit boundaries. But again, I'll be putting the jinky shots away if I was Teo here. Just stand and deliver. Jink him into the wind with no pace on the ball. You need more than 2. Keld van Treven will be the bowler here in over 6. And what a time for him to come on. Oh, he's nailed him. He's absolutely nailed him. Unbelievable, and Adateo, he's about as tough as they come. But he might have broken a rib here. Wow, this was absolutely smashed. And he's just going to try and run it off. He knows how important he is to the side. Have a look at this. There's no way he could have gotten out of the way of this. Bang. Turns the body, takes it on the side, and that would really sting on a night like tonight. I mean, he looks like the kind of guy who would take more than one bullet to make him drop, but that one was smashed. But this is cricket. We don't carry on. We just get on with it. Oh, boy. And so, Taylor, he somehow doesn't score off that. What a bit of luck that is for Pirates. Don't forget they ran Latine out off a fingertipper. Look at Teo wants to now run near the circle. Taylor goes down the ground. Malaman's been good there. Despite a little fumble, he keeps it to 1. Wow. Yeah, question, has the rain stopped in the chat? Yeah, it seems like it has at the moment. That one would have been a wide. He goes to the skies. It's a steepler keeper. Got to find it. Can't get there in the end. Harry Pyle. It's a tough one when you're under the helmet. Then you look up and all you see is H2O coming at you at a furious rate. And that's a big let off. Remember, he should have stumped him earlier. Should have caught him here. It's blowing. Look at how much it blows back towards him. That's the thing. And he kind of just got himself in a muddle. But I can tell you from experience, they're very hard to pick up when you're up to the stumps under the lid. All right, Taylor. trying to sort out their field, making sure they don't have more than 5 outfielders. Well, Moqtadir hoped that Teo was going to retire hurt. No such luck for you. He's still out there. Probably would have been a wide, you know. It's a good result for Pirates. Yeah, Rob thinks so as well. I mean, I felt that one from up here, and I'm in a very cozy spot inside behind the glass. All right, Adetoye, he's going to go leg side. He'll get one here. Going to get one. Running out of time here, aren't they? It's been a good effort from Rugby, but I just think Pirates look to have a few too many on the board. Need to do something pretty dramatic here. Van Schreeven's bowled a really good over. Taylor doesn't get too much of it. Pops up in the air. Pops safely. They want to. Taylor's going to have to hustle here. Good throw might have him in trouble, but just draws the bowler away. Van Schreeven throws at the stumps. I'm not sure if it would have been out anyway. I mean, the end of the over, 67 for 1. Would this have been out? I thought he might have made it. Yeah, he was in. Van Schreeven didn't know that. Felt like he missed it right out. Anyway, Adetoye seemed a bit nonplussed about having to run back for the second. He's sucking in the big one. 67 for 1 off 6 overs. So how many? 33 off the last 2. And it's captain Mark Garrett. This is where you kind of feel like magical over is what they need, just to put him back in the contest. 33 off the last 2. Thanks for joining us tonight. It's been a bit of a late night here with the interruptions, but still getting a decent game in here, albeit slightly reduced. 2 overs to go. Here's the skipper, Garrett. Would have been a wide, is wide. Probably not one you had to chase. If you're their batter, you're just going to spoil it. Hard to get a good piece of willow on that. So yeah, I mean, the right man's on strike, isn't he? He is going at 2 a ball, but now the rate is climbing towards 3 a ball pretty rapidly. Yeah, again, jinx it, but I don't know if he can get back for 2. Maybe he will in the end. But yeah, so it's that kind of a shot. Like I said, I know it's easy from up here, but you need boundaries here. You don't want to just settle for a 2. Even a 2 puts you behind. Having said that, we don't know how many of his ribs are intact, so I don't know how easy it is for him to swing the bat. One thing we haven't had tonight is a duck. Just saying. Don't know if we'll get one, actually. Doesn't time this one. He'll just have to settle for 1. By the way, Adetoye has brought up his 50. Thinking of 2 here, but not on. Yeah, what a good innings from Adetoye. And gets acknowledged now. Certainly been a bit of a weapon for Rugby, but looks like they might go out in straight sets tonight, the way things are panning out. 29 off 10. I mean, even can you get it below 20, gives yourself a fighting chance. Let me see who they've got to bowl. They have bowled really accurately tonight, and they bowled well as a team, so they've got a few options, I think, up their sleeve. Pirates. Full toss, but can't find the gap. Lamond, he's been busy down there. Yeah, so you can take your pick, really. Bowling Garrett out, you've got Wood or Packard or Van Schreeven. Van Schreeven only went for 6 in his last over, so he might be the guy I'd go for. We've got other options that we saw earlier as well. Potentially Giannani, maybe they won't risk him. All right. Really, we're getting to that do or die moment. Adetoye happens to try and launch this one out of the ground. Oh, well, that's one way to do it. He's completely deep the keeper. It's an unhit 4. Pyle saying, well, I don't know what was going on there. These are difficult because, look, he loses the side of the ball. It actually goes through Adetoye's legs. He's got a little cheeky grin saying, well, the universe hated me when I copped one in the side. And now I'm going to get a 4 for nothing. A few people have a tingle. Still a fair way off that, I think. Rugby CC, even though they would have got the point anyway, Well, they do get the point anyway because it's an 8-over match, not a 10-over match. They've earned their point, haven't they? They've played well enough to be competitive in this game, but they don't want to be competitive. They want the win. 2 to come in the 7th. Hit hard. Almost gets his own back on Taylor, doesn't he? And pretty well done down there by Reyes, who throws from a lying down position. And yeah, they say, that's fine, just a single. We're happy with that. I don't know how many times I've seen one batter hitting his partner and then the other batter hitting him back. But that was about as close as you'd get to that. 23 off 7. Geez, Taylor would love a boundary here. Hasn't quite reproduced the magic of the first game. Step across, whack to leg. I think that's got to be the tactics with this wind. 23 off 7. Oh, clever on both counts, really. Charges, so Garrett tries to bowl around him and get him out. But then Taylor spots it and scurries back to his home base. So that'll be a wide. Yeah, maybe do that again. Clever by Garrett, though. He knows he's trying to stay away from the stumps, trying to stay away from the body of Taylor, who's been pretty good swinging the leg with that huge wind advantage to the left-hander. Last ball, the 7th. Once again, Taylor. He's a 6 would really liven things up here. Well bowled, really good bowling. Oh, it's caught a wide. Well, you know what? It's funny how the world works. We thought there was an obvious wide earlier on. This one, for me, just didn't seem that wide. It's probably because it wasn't. But that's fine, because it squares it up. Everyone can sleep tonight. So, 21 off 7. Look at Garrett. He's not impressed. Anyway, 21 off 7. Taylor. Third time the charm. Gets a bit of it. And it'll be a single. Do they want 2 here? They think about it. They think against it in the end. So, well bowled by Garrett, who does a decent job of holding. None for 19 off his 2 overs. And with 1 over remaining in the night, the score is 78 for 1. They'll need a magical finish. 22 required off the last over. Coming up tomorrow night, we have Bavaria versus Sloggers. Bavaria, their first entry into the tournament. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing them. Sloggers, we saw them go 1-1 on opening night. Bavaria, got some good players in there. Looking at their squad. We've got Paddy Hatchman playing for them. He's always an entertainer. Richard Hatchman in the same team this time. Charles Harrison, guys like James Allen, Sam Houghton, I think mentioned earlier on tonight. Also, James and Jamie Riley, a rare father-son combination. I wonder if we'll see them on the park. Yeah, they both played a lot of cricket for Costa del Sol. All right, here we go. Last over, who gets it? They decide to go for Wood. Now, the thing is, Wood, they probably fancy him more than Van Schreven. But if you look at the numbers, Wood went for 16 in his over, albeit it was the second over. Different batters there, except for Lawyer. Van Schreven only went for 6, so I probably would have gone with Van Schreven again. But, I mean, the point is you've got a lot of good options here. The Taylor's going to face up. In fact, they need 20 off the last over. Just looking at this, maybe. Yeah, no, I think that's spot on. No boundaries for a while here. That's been hurting them. All right, magical finish required for Rugby CC. Taylor goes high, but it's pretty much going to go towards the fielder. They'll get back for 2 because it was so high. I thought that was going straight down the throat of the fielder, but it was almost straight up. Still carried most of the way there. We haven't had a boundary, except for the 4 byes. I want to count that. We haven't had a boundary in the 6th or 7th over. All right, Taylor. Got to go for it. Okay. This is where maybe you just take the 1 and say, all right, Teo, deliver the miracle, please. 17 off 4 required, or 16 for the tie. All right. So how do you do this? Got 2 6s and a 4. You can afford to miss 1. Yeah, Taylor just hasn't quite found his timing. They bowled well to him though. All right, Teo, what do you got? Oh yeah, going, gone. Maximo. And that's a lawyer. Come the moment, come the man. I mean, he's got that butterfly feeling inside him. Maybe it's the broken ribs, but that has traveled. What a shot. Wood cops it. Now he's on the back foot. All right, here we go. 11 off 3, 10 to tie. Can he do it again? Oh, okay, now you feel like you got to go for 2, but he didn't get a good start, and he's just no chance. That really does hurt. Well, not impossible. Haven't had one yet this year. Could we get a tie? But here's the thing, changing the strike, that hurts, because now you need at least 3 to kind of stay in the game. Can Taylor deliver? That's a very good ball by Wood. And Taylor, although he's had some good moments tonight, I know he'll look back on these couple of games. Just see what his feet are doing. Maybe he's not so conscious of it, but moving away from the ball, Wood stays in the offside channel, pretty much kills the contest. Hello to Trevin. Nice to see you with us. Join me again tomorrow night, by the way. All right. This should be it. And it is. So well done by Wood. He stands up to the pressure after getting smashed down to the ground, but Taylor just couldn't find the boundaries during his innings. Couldn't find one in the 11 balls he faces. And Ataloya is going to be stranded 59 off 30. And a very entertaining game in the end. It'll finish 99 to 90. Having said that, rugby, they've certainly earned their point in that game. So they do get off the mark in the tournament, but 3 points will go to the Pirates, who finish the night with a 2-0 record. Bavaria coming up tomorrow against Sloggers, 5:45 p.m. I should say, GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe, 11:15 in India. Stay with me. Some highlights of the day, and of course some highlights of the innings as well. Next ECN cricket you'll see live will be tomorrow morning from Cyprus, where Charlie Hunt is standing by. Sri Lankan Lions versus Marcor in the morning session. Then Nicosia Tigers and Limassol Calendars in the afternoon. So that one starts 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. Let's go back and have a look. Certainly had a bit of everything this innings, didn't it? As we saw Ataloya, who made a rather miserable 1 off 6 earlier on, but he certainly hit his straps at times in this innings. Latin survived a close shout for a stumping there. But Ataloya, when he was able to get it up in the slipstream, these balls were flying. And this was a bit of bad luck for Latin, as Reyes gets a fingertip on it, and centimetres short was the Rugby CC skipper. Ataloya, well, he wasn't crying over spilt milk. He was out there trying to move the score forward in an 8-over contest. You've just got to keep being attacking, and he was. And, well, speaking of attacking, that was probably the best shot that Taylor played in his 11 balls, and it cracked into the rib cage of the big Nigerian. And poor Taylor just couldn't get himself going at all. They left it too late. They left too much to do. And Rugby CC, although they had some positive moments in the night, they're not able to take a win away. They will take away a single point, though, from match 4. Ataloya with 59 off 30. Had a lot of the strike. He's kind of had his moments where he had it and sometimes where he didn't. I think they bowled pretty well to him sometimes, and when they did, he didn't really have the answers. 6 sixes and 2 fours in his innings. Latin run out. Bit of an unlucky one for 8. And Dylan Taylor, 10 not out at the end, but just couldn't quite find those boundaries. Like I said, I think they bowled pretty well. They didn't feed those leg side shots. Trevin was pretty good, I thought, in his over. They went back to Wood at the end. He held his nerve. And no one actually took a wicket as a bowler, although the wicket was created by Reyes, who took none for 14 off his fingertips. There's the summary. 8-over smash, 9 runs the margin. The Pirates are sailing off into the sunset with 2 wins in their first 2 games. They'll get 7 points out of the night, 1 point to Rugby CC, but still so much cricket to play. Just quickly, I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. It was great to have all of your company. Join us again tomorrow night here. Like I said, 5:45 p.m. GMT, 6:45 in Central Europe, 11:15 in India. Bavaria and Sloggers going head-to-head. Charlie standing by in the morning for 4 matches from Cyprus. So it's 6 matches a day. It's the big 6. You'll find it only here on the European Cricket Network. And even though the season is only a few days old, we are already into full swing. Very happy Peacock Friday to everyone as well. hopefully you have a fantastic start to your weekend. I want to say thank you to all of our fan code viewers as well. If you are watching on YouTube though, please like the video and subscribe to our channel. It really helps us. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN because there's a big season ahead and there's plenty of room on the ECN bandwagon for you to jump on. It's a big few weeks as well. The ECL starts in just 38 days. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket with some of the best bits of the day not too far away, as well as all the match previews at EuropeanCricket.com. For now, this is Vinny Sandhu signing off from Gibraltar in the shadow of the rock on a wet and windy night, a woolly night where the action came thick and fast. Here's some of the best bits of the day thanks to our crew at Spring Productions, and I'll see you tomorrow right here for more ECSN in Gibraltar. For now, it's hasta pronto.